Good evening if you're in the European time zone, which I have tried to organise this so that you can join. It's the crack of sparrows fart here in New Zealand, so this is how much I love you. I got out of bed especially for you. So I thought I'd basically just shift around my times for doing sprints over the next month so that you could join me, because I think that's a friendly thing to do. And it's Jennifer and Bex. Ah, look at that. I love it when we've got people in the chat. And Yolene. I have actually sent you a link, Yolene, if you would like to join me at any point. So we've got Jennifer and the fabulous Bex and the lovely Jolene. And Caroline is here as well. Oh, look at this. And we've got Dan, which means you guys are either up really, really late or you've come specially just to see me, which makes me feel really special. So, excuse my little fluffy bit of hair there. That just happens when it gets this long. So, I'm due a haircut. It's getting long. But there you go. This is afternoon. Oh, so I've got you early. Yay. Okay, that's good. And as I said, I've made it so that I've hopefully caught some of the European readers and they can join us for a change. Perfect for Yolene. Oh, perfect. It's 8 o'clock. Excellent. I was hoping I hadn't gone too early-ish, late-ish, because I can never be certain, because not everybody's exactly 12 hours different from me. And we've got Christopher and what is this? Neviadis? I can't. Neviadis? Christopher's here as well. Oh, well, hopefully we'll get a whole bunch of reading in today. This is great. I decided to make it easy for everyone in that I'm reading The Way of Eden. And what's this? Matt Hayward, lazy work from software engineer to refreshing YouTube. It's part of the job. Sounds like a pretty good job. And you work from home. That's even better. I mean, that's pretty ideal. So I'm a little bit jealous of that, to be fair. I say that. I'm jealous that you're capable of working, honestly, because I'm not. However long these sprints go, I'll be going to bed straight after because bandwidth, it's not a great thing. Okay. How far into the book? I'm at about 55, 60%. I've got a reasonably decent chunk to go. So I'm hoping in today and maybe tomorrow to get it finished. If I finish it today, I'll be sweet and maybe move on to my next book in the readathon. Because for those who aren't aware, I'm a captain of the Keymark TBR Blitz readathon for April. Joining, unfortunately, is closed. So if you wanted to join, it's too late. But we've got a fair few people here. What have we got? Anita's going to be on and off. Of course you are, Anita. You're going to be cooking something soon because you're always cooking. And who's this? Dan is working from home and haven't worn a decent pair of pants in 3 years. My friend, I am still in my pajama pants. And if I was flexible enough, I would show you. But I'm not. So you will no doubt see them at some point when the sun rises here in New Zealand and I open up the curtains because I have to stand up, obviously, to do that. But there you go. What else have we got here? Nero, hi. It's good to see you. And smashing. Yes, we're here to smash. We are absolutely here to smash it out. And you only shop for pajamas now. Well, then, here's a question for you. I'm a fan of flannelette. And what about you? There you go. And we've got, let's see the beautiful collection of Robin Hobb books in the background. Yolene, I still stroke them every day in astonishment that so many people got together to get them brought to me. And it is never going to be something I lose my gratitude for because, yeah, it's a magical thing that happened in my life. And it never fails to just blow me away at how amazing this community is that this was done for me. But PJ's already on. Yeah, see, PJs are the way to go. That's the best comfortable. And Yolene's already got her jammies on. Yep, see? See, it's a get in the door, jammies on. It's got to be done. So I figured this early into the stream, it's probably best to sort of just get ourselves sorted. What is everybody going to be reading? As I said, I'm going to be reading Way of Dan. I love all of you guys too, Anita. Like, seriously, you guys, all of you make my life so much better. I can't even tell you. BookTube has genuinely made my life so much better. There just isn't. I know a lot of words. There isn't one to explain the difference you guys have made. So, yeah. It's getting hot in Philly. Okay. So, you have to watch out for flannel. Nice. Fancy. Matt only puts on clothes when he has to go to piano lessons. Okay. You wouldn't want to shock your piano teacher. How's the lessons going? Okay. Daniel's reading Speaking Bones. Ooh, that's exciting. We've got Hide. I want to hide that. I want to show this one. Of Dawn and Darkness, Will White. Nice. Legends and Lattes. Oh, nice. I love that. That's such a lovely story. Sailing to Serantium. Oh, Jake will be so pleased with you. Okay. Oh, missed one. Donna Tart. That's such a great name. Tart. What have we got? I just looked at that one. The Secret History. Nice. Taipan. Alan will be pleased with you. Look at that. And it's the Shadia. Hi. We've got Pawn's Gambit still. That's funny. Empire of Silence. What else have we got? Finish The Folding Life so you can get back to earning points for the team. Well, yes, that would be appreciated. I say that I'm still waiting to get my first book in, but hopefully these will help me do that. The Edge City, KJ Bishop, and Spearcut Through Water. And lovely Evie will be delighted, Kai. She really will. Lovely to see you. Oh, Nero's being told to go to bed. Nero's allowed to stay up and read if she wants to. Chadia and The Crippled God. Oh my goodness, that means you've made it all the way through Malazan. I'm so proud of you. What is the term? You've ascended. Well done. And Seeds of War. I haven't heard of that one. That's excited. What have I lined up for my next reads? I've got a couple of Will White. I've got the first two of his Cradle series, which will be Out of My Comfort Zone and second book in a series, because they're quite short, so I figure I can knock them both out. And I've got Tori's book, Phased, on my TBR for the readathon. And one more. I can't remember what the last one is. So, did you just say you're still waiting to put my first book in? I did just say that. I'm literally reading my first book. But first, new reads are really hard for me. So I should have considered that when I said, yes, I would be captain. But I'm managing. So, who else have we got? Oh, we've got Paramita here. Nice. Hi. Rereading Hollow Kingdom. That's pretty fancy. Okay. Zin is also reading Sailing to Serantium. Making Lunch Will Be Lurking. Oh, you're welcome to lurk, Zin. So that's pretty exciting. Jingo, yes. And Memories of Ice. Well, that's a pretty good mix, to be fair. Because you've got to love Carrot at War, because Carrot is frankly brilliant. And yes, it's brilliant. Words. It's early. Let me have a drink of tea. Okay, what else have we got? Also been doing Well of Ascension by Sanderson. No, I haven't actually heard anything about the audios. Are they good? Captain. Humans. Humans. Hi, Sharon. What else have we got here? How long will that sail to Serantium? Zin does read pretty fast, let's face it. I'm pretty sure Zin will be doing pretty well. It's a fully non-human cast in Hollow Kingdom. The main character is a crow. Well, I like the sound of that. So that's exciting. And Yolene is reading City of Brass on audio. I have heard really good things about that. That's the Chakraborty. Is that the yes, that's the Chakraborty series, isn't it? Yeah. And the Mistborn audio books are really good so far. Reader is a little slow, but that's all right because you can always speed it up. That's what I'm learning to adjust for speed. It's still not hugely fast. I think the fastest I've ever gone is 1.25. But I do find having to listen at 1 sounds really weird now. GGK is pretty slow. Oh, okay. And it's also on his made TBR, on her major TBR. Awesome. Look at this. Yes, the David Bard Chiller Deep Pipe Chakraborty. Sorry, Tanner. I did see your message a minute ago. Hi. It's really nice to see you. Here am I trying really hard to acknowledge everybody, and I miss one of my favourite people. I'm very sorry. How should I sabotage the other teams today? Reading a book not on your TBR, but that you desperately hope to read, because, I'm never going to say don't read. As I see you are saying, Anita, what kind of sabotage is that? We're sabotaging teams, not people. We don't do sabotaging people. People are awesome. What else have we got here? It'll be interesting to see what you think of this second Cradle book, because you've only read the first. Oh, okay. Okay. Tempt them into rereads. Yep, Tanner, you could always read some Hob. You could. You totally could. Although I forget. I don't think you've read Hob with me yet. But yeah, never mind. But, now I'm worried about Cradle. But you read your first one for Stack Smashers? You did, Sharon. I saw it come through on the submissions. I haven't verified for a day or so I need to go through and check those. But well done. It's great to see so many people have done so well. It's exciting. Although I do feel like I'm dropping the ball a bit after hearing George's scores on the weekend. That was a little terrifying. And I have to admit, after the show, I did ask him, are you locking people in that cave that you're spelunking in and not letting them leave until they meet targets? But, Sharon. I love you. And I'm here for you if you have any questions, because I love this series, as some of you may have noticed. And that anybody is attempting to join the world, it's, I'm super stoked. So, yes. Oh, Fool's Fate. Since December. Tanner, you have to read Fool's Fate. I need to know what you think about it. So, you have to do that. TBR Spelunkers, you got bragging rights. Okay, let us know if George's got you trapped in a cave, because he very much feels like he's cracking that whip on you guys. So, what else have we got here? We need to form an official Elderling support group for those going through the series for the first time. Oh, there is one. And it's basically me and Evie and Madison, because we all adore it, and I'm obviously always in a reread, and Evie's rereading. Madison is mostly reread the whole thing now, and it exists. And that's even before we add Scott, who absolutely adores the series as well, and he brings some really different points of view to it purely by being a bloke, and that's just fabulous and fascinating, and I love it. So yes. Well, you're quite right, Yoli. It is. It is amazing, and all of them are amazing. And Tanner, that's the best news you could possibly give me, and is a wonderful way to slow you down for the other team in the readathons, because it's amazing, and you should. So, okay, do it even if I don't finish it. Sharon, I'm here to help you, because the Farseer trilogy is not the strongest trilogy in the series. So if you read the trilogy and you're like, meh, it's okay, that's a good response to it, because from there it gets amazing. So, okay, coming in late, had to get the kids sorted. Well, it's lovely to see you, Caitlin. And we've got Joseph. Wonderful, welcome. Making your way through The Crossing by Cormac McCarthy. I've got to get to Cormac McCarthy. I want to read The Road, but that's a big chonker, and it's a new big chonker, so that's going to take me a while. Yes, you do. Shadia and Yoling and Emily also all adore Hob. There is so much support out there, Sharon, seriously, for reading the Realm of the Elderlings. Which channel? Everybody's. And you can always DM me. Seriously, I am always open to that. Can't continue with the Hob books. It takes a lot of self-control to read only one a month. Well, luckily, they're all rereads for me, so I just constantly have them on the go. Sorry. I and Carrot, yes, Carrot too also loves. There's a lot of love out here for Hob. And of course, on my channel, if you don't love Hob, I'm going to work on that, because I think that she's absolutely amazing. And see, Dan, they're amazing. Like, they're properly amazing, and they just become more and more amazing. And if you let yourself just be sucked into it and realize that they're not your average, they're not a normal fantasy fiction. It's not about a hero and, them beating everything and being the hero. Fitz is not the hero. Basically, you're just in his life, and you're in the people who are in the story's lives, and the things that they do happen to affect the greater world, and that's the overall plot. But the story is their lives. So I think if you know that going in, you're fine, because you appreciate then that the emotional beats are the ones that give the story a framework. So the things that are plot related are sort of secondary to the things in their individual lives. And it's written so incredibly beautifully, that these people become your friends. And it's just phenomenal. Afraid of chunky books. So am I mostly. But I do look forward to Hob when I'm reading them, because it's like just visiting friends. And yeah. Was that someone not knowing the right order? Yes, because it was sort of, it never was planned to be as long as it is. And you read Farseer, Tourneyman, then Life Ships. Ooh. Okay, so you didn't get the most out of Tourneyman that you could have, but I'm not the book police. I try and get people to read them in order, but that's purely because I want people to get the most enjoyment as possible. So I like that people can reach each stage with all of the stuff that they could, to make each of the next books as brilliant as they can be. So that you've read them means you still know how great they are. No Country for Old Men is really good. Well, that's good to know. There's a lot to unpack in that one. I haven't even seen the movie, and apparently that's amazing. Fool's Errand. I took a big Fitz break and the book was lovely. Yes. I'm still mad. You have Rain Wilds to start soon. Well, yeah. You get through Tourneyman, and you get that amazing emotional climax of the first three trilogies, because Farseer and Live Ships are both the building blocks into Tourneyman. And you get that beautiful big emotional climax. and then you come into Rain Wilds, and it's a bit like coming into A Feast for Crows after A Storm of Swords. It's a bit like, who are these people? I don't know them. This isn't the story I want. I want to go back to the people I know. Just let it be what it is, and you will. It's so good. Like, it's so good. I just finished Rain Wilds again, and I'm always amazed how good it is. So yeah, what else have we got here? I'm going to start your I love Mr. Bunch. Here are we? Fitz is our baby. Yes, Fitz is our baby. And Joseph would recommend starting All the Pretty Horses. I know someone who read that recently. Who read that recently? I've got a feeling Evie read that last year. Don't have to stream other people put off on Blood Meridian. Nice. Okay. The audiobooks for Realm of the Elderlings. I love most of them. Don't even get me started on live ships. Just don't even. The road isn't very long. 241 pages. I was sure that was a chunker. Never mind. Every time you talk about it, I start my reread. Just do it, Yoli. Just do it. That first reread is like reading a whole new series. You will be astonished. So yeah. Anita's just finished the second Rain Wilds. She has, and we've got a talk coming up and at the end of the week, and I'm so looking forward to that, Anita. It's going to be wonderful. So I'm a character-driven reader, and you've been missing out on one of the greatest character writers ever. Dan, if you are a character reader and you wait to December to start this, you are not going to forgive yourself. I have never read characters like Robin Hobb creates characters. The Fitz books are first-person POV, and every character in those books, secondary, tertiary, extras, all of them, you form a relationship with yourself. She's that good at writing people. And you, if you're character-driven, you really need to maybe shuffle that TBR around a little, because I can't tell you strongly enough how good the characters are in Realm of the Elderlings. A hot take for Yolene and the audios. Oh, yes. You're able to infer from the live ships for Tawny Man, and you filled in the blanks and you read live ships. Read them all right in a row, so the detail. Oh, brilliant. Okay, that's great. I'm glad. We're going Evie. Okay, Evie. Don't remember what that was for. Oh, yes, hi, Penny. I did start a book I thought I would like, but I thought it wouldn't count. I do have Rain Wilds 1 on my Kindle. Maybe you should start that for book 4. Yes, you should. It's great. Publication date is 2013. That's a guess. I think Joanna is reading it with Jimmy. Yep, quite likely. The Road is one of my least favourite books of all time. Oh, okay. I think that might be the first time I've heard someone say that, but it does mean now I have to look at it and maybe actually make my own mind up instead of just following the crowd. Because, that happens on BookTube. Hey, Matt, it's good to see you. I read All the Pretty Horses. Don't have a YouTube. You're thinking of Jimmy and Joanna. Oh, okay, yes. Hoping to start Mistborn next month. I've only read them. Hey, I haven't read any Sanderson, Sharon, so you're doing really well. And Matt just finished the reread of Ship of Magic today. Yay! Sorry, it's such a good trilogy. I should get royalties. No, because I love Robin Hobb and she gets all of the money. All of the money. Seriously, all of the money. Get close. Bex, the day you pick up Hobb, I will be an incredibly happy person because it's incredible and you should. So, yes, Dan, listen to me. See, Matt knows. You, as a character-driven reader, you will seriously kick yourself for putting it off so long. Patience is the best character I ever read, and doesn't get enough page time at all. And Patience is a character that we see through Fitz, that first person POV, and she is so many people's favorite character. It's amazing. And Patience is wonderful, and I adore her. I just absolutely adore that woman. She is just a joy. I love her. Mary, I finished Mad Ship a few days ago. Nice. There we go. Live Ship is becoming one of my all-time favorite series. That does not surprise me. It really doesn't. I know Jake Bishop. He talks about Realm of the Elderlings, and within the Realm of the Elderlings, his favorite trilogy is Tawny Man, I think. But his favorite trilogy of all time is Live Ships. So take that for what it is. As a trilogy on its own, that's the benchmark for Jake as a trilogy. But within Realm of the Elderlings, the story, that's not the part that he loves best. So that, I would hope, can share how I run out of words. I'm sorry. It's just so phenomenal. It's just incredible. I just, yeah, there aren't enough words. What have we got? Hobbs, the absolute, and yes, she is uncontested by a million miles for character. Bex, read it with me. Yes. I think Realm of the Elderlings, this is Jennifer, is one of the only series where I love the side characters as much as the main ones. It usually is. When you actually talk to really, strong fans of the series, they're like, yeah, we all love Fitz, but my favourite is this one. So, Raph, hi, great to see you. And you're reading Arthurian Studios L. That's 50, 58. Legend of the Grail. That can't be right. That seems like way too many books. By Nigel Bryant, and I'm about to put it up laundry. Well done. Very productive evening. Where are we? I'm curious to see what Tawny Man will do for you. Make you cry, mostly. Have tissues, have comfort food, and a friend on speed dial to cry at, because it's so beautiful and so amazing. And yeah, it's just astonishingly good. Just astonishingly good. Oh, there you go. See, Yolen's doing laundry too, Raph. She's ignored. Wait, that's a lie. Yolen is ignoring her laundry to be with us. I'm so grateful. Thank you for looking wrinkled for me, Yolen. Love it. Caitlin, Tawny Man is such a lovely ending. I'm afraid to even start that last trilogy. Oh, Caitlin, seriously. Once you get through the Rain Wilds, which gives you an incredible amount of answers and lore, you will be ready to go. And in the same way as Fool's Errand gives you that beautiful beginning to catch up and find your feet again with the characters, so does Fool's Assassin. And Fool's Assassin does it better, in many people's opinion, than the beginning of Fool's Errand. So you will very much love going back to Fitz. It's amazing. Anyway, I have been talking to you guys for half an hour already. That's insane. I'm going to start a sprint, and I'm going to start a sprint for half an hour. So I shall mute myself, put up a banner, and we're all going to read, because we're good. We're good like that. Where are we? Here we go. gentle little reminder that we're done with the reading and back to chatting again for a little bit to catch up. And we've been joined by the fairy librarian, who literally just arrived with, I have to say, some exceptional timing. So welcome to the chat. I'm hoping that Rascot is washing out and can maybe join for the next sprint. So Sharon's gone back to work and will see us later, which is nice. Be good to see her again when she returns. And Reading by the Rainy Mountain is here. That's twice I've seen you in my chat. So welcome again. And it's good to see you. What are you two reading, everybody? And Aaron is also here. Hope everyone is doing well. We are all. We've just done our very first sprint, so I'll be here for a good little while, which is good. Caitlin is listening to an audiobook, Dark Tower 7. For a physical copy, I'm struggling between Deadly Education or Red Sister for the next sprint. Now, Red Sister is Mark Lawrence, the Warrior Nun series, I think. That's one I've got on my TBR, that trilogy, and I'm like, because every time I see it, I'm like, that actually sounds like a bit of me. So you'll have to tell me how you're going with that. And we've got Max. Hi, good to see you. Fairy Librarian is still reading The Garden Gnome. Nice. Reading Rainy Mountain is be working during the sprints. Well, hey, productivity of any kind is good. Got just some design documents to write. Dragging your feet. Yeah, I hear that. It's kind of a bit like that, isn't it? And Caro is reading, she's got 150 pages to go and you read 20. That's impressive. You're knocking that out in a big way. Thumbs up to you. That's impressive. And good. I did have that right series. Yeah. Because I saw somebody, one of my team, one of my Stack Smashers in the Keymark TBR Blitz put the second book in as their second book in a series prompt for the readathon. So I was verifying the review, and I was reading the review, and I was like, oh, this sounds really good. So I think I might have to bump that one up the TBR a little bit. But alas, lunch has just arrived. Lunch arriving is a good thing. So, eating is fun. Eating is one of the best and most lovely things there are. So I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And you can always join in the next sprint and improve on your couple of pages. Well, we made it to the halfway point of In Dawn and Darkness. It's getting interesting. Okay, that's always exciting when you get to that point in the book where you're like, oh, okay, I get it. This is now where we're going. That's exciting. Okay, and Raph finished the chapter on the Welsh boy, Percival's youth, and then now the chapter on the Fisher King. Nice. That's lots of very lore-ish things, which is impressive. See, lore of Arthurian legend is one of those things. I don't know how I know a lot of it. So it's always intriguing when I see people reading the stories. I'm like, I haven't read that, but I know the story. And I don't know how I know the story of that. But yeah, very strange. Been working through the Two Towers, about 60%. Nice. Might start Way of Kings next as well. Nice. That's going to be a shift. But probably a good one. They're getting two very different reads out of that. Now the machine is done and you actually have to put up the laundry. Okay. Well, you've timed that well. Oh, and Reading by the Rainy Mountain is actually Russia. That's good to know because it's much faster to say. So, compilation of diverse French Grail romances. Treaty in Detroit and continuations of the 12th and 13th century. Lovely. So 12th and 13th. Has Lancelot made an appearance? I think, because I know he's a later addition to Arthur and by the French. So I can't remember when he shows up, but I know he's later. I only know about Arthurian legend from reading fantasy inspired by it. Fair enough, too. Where are we? Oh, hi, Thurnal. And this is strange. I was just thinking of Terry, and lo and behold, I'm doing sprints. Well, there you go. It's very lovely to think that you think of me in the same framework as the wonderful Sir Terry, because I do adore him, as you know. I read 2% of Memories of Ice. Well done. Oh, that is who introduced Lancelot. Well, there you go. I wasn't wrong in going, is that about when? See, I don't even know how I know that. I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, I adored The Once and Future King. I have read that one. Many rereads on that one, but it's a classic. Isn't the easiest read. No, it's not. It does read very traditional. Lancelot shows up in another Chrétien de Troyes romance, The Knight of the Cart, but he's not part of this Grail quest for a while yet. Galahad will, however, show up. Yes, because I do connect Galahad with the Grail, that impossibly perfect knight. And, oh, awesome. Shadia's enjoying Memories of Ice. I will get to Malazan, but it's going to be a while because of what everybody says about just the sheer density of information in it. And my brain isn't good at taking in too much information all in one go. So I have to strengthen those mental muscles. So, yeah, I will get there. That is the goal. And it seems like a strange thing to say, and only readers in this particular corner of the world can understand that. But my goal in healing my brain from the stroke is to get to the point where I can read Malazan. So, Russia and Memories of Ice is still your favourite, although Toll of the Hounds is a very close second. Yes, my lovely friend Kev says the same. I read Knight of the Cart in college. It's difficult to understand, as I recall. I'd probably do better with it now. I'm not 18 anymore. I think that's fair to say about most things. Not all, obviously. Some things are always easier when you're 18, but many things are improved with time. It hasn't been over 60 degrees in like 6 months. I can say, are you cold? Are you cold? Because, that's about what I am here at the moment, actually. And we're just gone 7 o'clock in the morning. But we are just starting to fall into autumn and winter. It's starting to get chilly, which is nice. It's super intimidating to me. Yeah. I have been helped by the wonderful Alan of the Library of Alexandria when he says, stop treating it like this big dense thing that's all about, philosophy and compassion. It's exciting, and battles and dinosaurs with sword arms. I'm like, okay, I could maybe get on board with that. So Gardens of the Moon. Yeah, there you go. It's not as difficult as people claim. So, yeah. I have had it on hold at the library, and every now and then it shows up, and I'm like, am I ready? No. And I put it back on hold. So Midnight Tides or Reaper's Gale are Raf's favourites. Okay. Daniel's not staying up all night. Fair enough. Thank you for joining. Midnight Tides for the humour. I didn't know it was funny. Gardens of the Moon's not the same without fever or migraine. Russian roulette is not the same without a gun. Thank you, Lady Gaga. Well, yes, we can thank Lady Gaga for many things. What's this one? Also, Raf helps with understanding some parts. Oh, well, that's good to know, because I clearly am a friend of Raf, and know I can reach out. Finished it last year, felt like the achievement of a lifetime. Well, isn't that the thing? I'm pretty sure everyone in Jimmy Nuts's Discord, if you finish Malazan, you have officially ascended, because it's such a big deal. Where are we? Reaper's Gale was the one you read the fastest. Okay. But Dust of Dreams was insane. Okay. You're getting me. I loved Gardens of the Moon. I understood almost nothing until I did. Okay. Dead House Gates was rough. Oh, okay. I had you at Dinos with Sword Arms. I know, right? It's like, I never knew that was a thing. So, yeah, it's one of those, it helps to have lots of very different people in your book circle, because I would not have known that without Alan. And that's a thing that I find exciting and interesting. So, what else have we got? I was scared to read Malazan, in English because it's not your native language. Okay, we stop translating after the fourth book. Ooh. I don't know. What is your native language? But yeah. Oh, it's moving too fast. Oh, Raph, I love this. I like the angry and anti-capitalism in Midnight Tides and Reaper's Gale. Well, this does not surprise, I think, anybody familiar with you, Raph. So this is great. And we've got favourites of Gardens of the Moon and Bone Hunters. Okay. Holding discussions every 100 pages or so is the plan. Okay, this is also good to know. Like, I think that might be a good thing, actually. I could do that on my channel because I am known for relatively long-form discussions. I could go, right, I'm reading Malazan, and today we're talking about pages 301 to 400. So, yeah, like the Crash Lethra's economy subplot a lot. Okay, that has no meaning for me, but I believe you. You would, Raph. See, we know you, Raph. 3 achievements I have: reading all of Discworld, yes. Reading The Wheel of Time, well done. And reading the complete works of Lovecraft. Those are pretty amazing achievements, and you should always be proud of this. Raph has read the 10 Books of the Fallen 3 times, now on your 4th read. Wow, when you're not distracted by an excess of Arthur. Fair enough. 4 times. I'm impressed from what I know of that 10 book series, that there's a lot there. And I know that you don't simply read it for the text, that you are looking for the more deep themes and what it's saying about culture in general. So that's impressive, Raph. That is seriously impressive. And our fairy librarian is, it's Dutch. Maybe Shadia? I don't know. Somebody can probably help you with whether or not reading that in English is going to really slow you down. But yeah. That was a follow-up to a previous message regarding discussions of the group page 24. Yeah, Steve's pretty good with that, I must say. Discworld has like 50 books. Even I'm like, nope. Yes, but unlike every other fantasy series ever, Discworld is not about commitment at all. You can start anywhere. You can read them in any order, except The Shepherd's Crown must be last. And there's no pressure to read them at all. It's brilliant. And if you would like some personalized recommendations, feel free to hit me up on Discord, because they're really good fun. And I think that they're just a gift of writing for people who like words, and most of us do. So, doing your 4th Wheel of Time read. Wow. Okay. First time with audio. I've not heard good things about the Wheel of Time audio. And I don't remember who from. But anyway. Raph did daily videos for my last read through with all kinds of references to whatever came to mind. Oh, not sure how much they help others, but I don't get as angry with Wheel of Time. Okay, fair enough. But that's good to know. I'm hoping they're on a playlist on your channel for when I do make my way through, because I would appreciate your insights. You'll read them faster than you think, Zin. You will. Discworld is amazing. And there's not 50, there's 41 of the actual books in the series. And of those, probably the first 3 you can avoid unless you want to go back and read them later. And without knowing anything more about your reading taste, start with Going Postal, because it's amazing and fun, and you can. Okay, English in Malazan is not as complicated. It's just a lot of characters and plots. Okay, well, that's good to know. And some more hints. My native language is also Dutch. Perfect. Erickson does love to use words I've never heard of, but having an ebook with an inbuilt translator. Yeah, that's right. It's more not wanting to spend. But it's Discworld. Most libraries have all of them. And you don't have to spend any money if you read a couple through the library and decide. And there are some beautiful editions for pretty much the price of a standard hardcopy, a standard trade paperback. The Discworld Emporium does a beautiful set of little hardcovers. They're it's called the Library Connection, and they're lovely if you really decide to fork out. The ebook inbuilt translator really helps, yes. Okay, this is clearly in Dutch. Ik volg Darren. Okay, I believe you. And true Kindle version is perfect. There you go. I Shall Wear Midnight is the best title in literature. It is. It absolutely is. And it's also a really good book. So, oh, there you go. See, Raf agrees with me, Zin. Discworld is the best. I've read some of them over 20 times now, and all are worth reading and rereading. As we both know, Raf, they are amazing and they have so much to offer. So, yes. Gift of writing. Oh, absolutely. Terry Pratchett is an absolute gift to us as readers. He is just amazing. Give it a try in English. Good. Awesome. The thought of reading Wheel of Time after Malazan hurts me. I don't know why I find that funny. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at hurting, but I find that funny. Okay, this is for the audio of Wheel of Time. Kramer is me. Reading is bad. Ooh. But yeah, it can at least do audio whilst I'm reading the stuff. Whoa, I'm sorry. You can do audio of one book and eyeballing other? Please tell me it means you're doing them at separate times, because if you're doing them at the same time, I question your sanity. Again, it depends on whether you like Kramer and reading. See, I've heard really not good things about both of these readers, and yet my first experience with Kate Reading was with the Marie Brennan books, The Diaries of Lady Trent, and I thought it was brilliant. I thought she did a great job. So it surprises me to hear this about the work on Wheel of Time. So what have we got down here? Max is going through Discworld publication order. Should be starting Guards today. Oh, you're getting into the good stuff. Although I know you've just read Weird Sisters if you're getting into Guards. And I love Weird Sisters. I can't say it's one of my favourites because almost all of them are my favourites. So, yeah, you're into a lovely little run of books with Guards. Yay! That makes me so happy. Here we go. Oh, more Discworld love. You love Vimes, Carrot, and Vetinari. Jingo is perfect. I love Jingo. It doesn't get as much love as it deserves, in my opinion. There are a great many things in Jingo that I adore, not least of which is discovering a bit of Willikins' backstory. Vimes is man of all jobs. He's marvellous. Caro, I have more problems with Discworld and getting the references than Malazan. Yeah. I think that the trick with Discworld is just to know that you're going to miss lots and accept that what you do get is funny. And over time, as you become more familiar with just pop culture and general knowledge and knowledge of history, and Discworld gets funnier and funnier because suddenly you see more and more and more. And yeah, Discworld really repays rereading. So yeah. And Zin's just checked all of the Discworld on Kindle is less than $280. Not as bad as you thought. Well, there you go. And as I say, you don't have to buy all of them because those first three are a bit shaky. I'm not a fan of Raising Steam, which is a bit of a hot take. But really, all of the rest I'm pretty good with. Pyramids could take you either way, but yeah. Colour of Magic was on sale for $4 on Kindle, which is one of the ones I wouldn't recommend to a new reader because it's not strong. This is literally why I started my YouTube channel, was to get the Discworld readers and tell them those first few books, unless you know you're going to continue reading on, please don't read them. The first few books were Terry playing in a genre that he thought was fun and just making fun of all of the tropes. And they're fun and they're funny and they're clever, but they're not Discworld as Discworld becomes. That didn't happen until after Neil Gaiman, because he was going to put Discworld aside. Terry had done his playing with fantasy and he was working on what would much later become the Long Earth series. But he'd started it then. But Neil Gaiman had read the first few and rang him and asked if he would write a book with more of the character death, because he really liked the character death and thought there was a lot to play with there. And rumour has it, and it's been confirmed in the biography, that Neil Gaiman received a phone call a couple of weeks later where he's picked up the phone and gone, hello, and got, you bastard, from Terry, because he's now writing what will become Mort. So Discworld changes at Mort as Terry starts to see what he's doing with Discworld. So between Mort and, I think, Moving Pictures is the next one. No. Mort. There's a couple between Mort and then there's Weird Sisters. Weird Sisters is excellent because the witches are amazing. And Guards is where he discovers what Discworld can be. And Weird Sisters and Guards are two of the strongest books. And from there, you're going to get real Discworld. So, yeah. So even when Colour of Magic is only $4, maybe you don't need to buy them. Vetinari. Oh, I love Vetinari. Oh, I've missed lots of messages. I do apologise. Vetinari versus Thrawn. That would be a nice game of chess. If I knew Thrawn, I maybe could agree or disagree. But yeah, lots of Dutch speakers here. I do have quite a lot of people who speak Dutch in my little corner of the world, which is wonderful. Obviously, always happy to help anyone with Malazan and answer questions. Excellent. I will definitely let you know when I make a start. Still love Discworld. It's hard not to love Discworld, Caro, because it's just marvellous. Planning on reading The Light, fantastic. Book 2 in a series. Well done. TBR Blitz. The wonderful thing is, even though they're not the strongest in the Discworld world, they are fast reads and they're good fun. Caitlin, 0 Discworld. Somehow 9 of those pretty hardcovers hopped in my basket last week. Yes! Sorry, that was possibly too much excitement for this early in the morning, but that genuinely brings me joy. Mort sounds like the most interesting to you. Do you advise starting with that one? If that's the one that sounds interesting to you, absolutely read it. There should be 0 gatekeeping or book police with Discworld. If a book feels like it's going to talk to you, read it. Mort is the first book in the Death sub-series that has Death as a central character. Be aware the Death books don't have too much of Death. He's usually the B plot in any of his books. And many of the characters in this one you see often in future. And his books tend to have a very philosophical bent because it's Death. He's an anthropomorphic personification. So he's very interested in life and humanity and what drives people. So his books are always fascinating to read. And it's European evening, perfect timing for Dutch speakers. This is very true. My very deliberate timing for all of my lovely European people. Jennifer loves the audiobooks for Wheel of Time. Okay, I feel like that's a hot take. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Well done. I can sight read one book while listening to another one. Yeah, that hurts my brain just thinking about it. At least as long as I've read the one I'm listening to already. Okay, so reread in the background while you're... Dude, I've read Wheel of Time 3 times. No big deal if I zone out for a bit. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. That's a lot. I'm impressed. There you go, Caro. A hint for catching some of those references. The annotated Pratchett on Elspace. Elspace is actually really good. Caitlin didn't mind Kramer reading, and you've got all the Wheel of Time in audiobook. Plan to reread when baby arrives. Yay! I didn't realise that you were working on a baby, so look after yourself and get lots of rest, because you should. You're allowed to be tired and sleep whenever you can, because it's good for you. I'm rereading Equal Rights with my husband. Indira Varma is a brilliant narrator. Yes, she is. I have got, because I went out of my way before the new audios were released to make sure the ones I really wanted in the old audio I had. So I've got lots of double ups now. And Equal Rights initially was read by a woman called Celia Imrie, and she was awful because she made Nanny Ogg sound like a querulous old lady who just didn't like anything, and she seemed very frail. And no, Nanny is hearty and tells dirty jokes and smokes. This is not a frail, bewildered old lady. So I didn't like the original audio for Equal Rights or Weird Sisters at all. Didn't like them. So Indira Varma's version is so incredibly much better that it's marvelous. And Peter Serafinowicz, who does all of the Death in all of the Discworld books that have been re-released, is amazing as Death. Just amazing. I do think they missed a trick with Bill Nighy doing the footnotes, because it's so flat, that reading, that they could have used anybody. So it was a bit of a waste, in my opinion, in getting Bill Nighy, because he's brilliant. Anyway, that went off on a tangent. You had to go make some soup before your vegetables went bad. But you finished the audio of City of Brass and jumped into the sequel. Oh, that's always great when you go from one book straight into the next one, because you just have to. That's fantastic. And that's great. Okay, Elspace, Caro hadn't heard of. Raph does like the first 2 Discworld novels, but you read all the things he makes fun of. And not a lot of fantasy readers have. So it does tend to miss a lot of... it's always just not quite a hit for a lot of readers. So, yeah. Jennifer's going to be reading Discworld in publication, because it bothers you not to. But that's fine, because I know you're aware, because you know me, that they will get better. You will be finishing all of them, because it would bother me not to. Yeah. And they do get so much better, and they're magic, and I love them. They're fantastic. And Vasha just looked up the annotations for Colour of Magic. Seems like a brilliant companion. Yes, awesome. Tharamal, we must believe in things that aren't true. How else can they become? After I read this, I really thought there will no longer be stupidity in the world, that we evolved as a species. Well, it would be nice to think so, wouldn't it? Terry has some quite profound observations of life, and he makes them in a way that doesn't make you feel silly, which is great. Publication order in Discworld is a unique experience as you see Pratchett grow and change as an author. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with that. I think part of my resistance to advocating that is the awareness that many readers new to fantasy don't give series a long enough time to see that through. And so if they're bouncing off those first few, we may lose them. And I think that that's a sadness, because, as I've said already, I think Terry Pratchett is a gift. And yeah, so Elspace and Annotated Pratchett are the best reference guides if you want to get all the references. See, I don't go to either of those. I like being able to reread and have learned something since, which means I get additional things next time. So I probably still am missing a lot of references, but it's so joy. It's so much joy that I get from these books. You've made a bookmark and made... Nice. I love it. Made Miss Day. Okay, Raph. No, that's the one I just... Oh, that one doubled. Okay, that's fine. You started with Small Gods and loved it. Made me understand how Pratchett's humour works. Yeah. And I think if you read one that you love, it's much easier to, just traipse through the ones you don't really love, but they're pretty good. And then you find one that just touches you and you're like, that one is amazing. Varsha's reading them in publication order. Plan to read them all eventually, so publication order makes sense. Yep, that's fine. Maxwell forgets if he's asked, are you able to choose a favourite Discworld book? No, it depends on the day. And today it is The Fifth Elephant, because I've been talking about Lady Sybil a lot lately, and that's the one that she's the most present in. So yeah, I can't choose a favourite Discworld. It very much depends on what mood I'm in, what I've been talking about lately, and if I'm feeling very strongly about a particular issue, I will have a different favourite because they're fantastic. Yeah. So no, I can't. Nero bought a few of the City Watch books today. Yay! Now I need to find Feet of Clay, Thud, and Snuff. The rest are on the way. Oh, that makes me so happy. Yay! You'll find them. They're always out there somewhere. Oh, am I caught up nearly? No. Here we go. I've made something. Productivity all round. Yeah. Hooray for productivity. Raf's Night Watch. It's so good. Yes. You can't go wrong with Baby Nobby because, he's my favourite. And you meet Reg as just Reg. I love him. He's marvellous. Plus, I love Les Mis, so I like the references that jump across the two. So, yeah. Audiobook narrators can make or break a book. Absolutely. One of my favourite books ever, Wuthering Heights, had a horrid narrator. I would have hated that book if I listened to that at first. Yeah, I agree. There are some terrible narrators out there, and it's why I'm so upset at the fact that Anne Flosnick narrated Life Ship Traders. So angry. I genuinely, for those of you who need an audiobook, and yes, I am talking about you, Raf, and for Mason, and for many other people who would prefer an audiobook that was good, I'm genuinely thinking about just bloody recording them myself because they're really bad. Raf, to be fair, when Celia first narrated Equal Rights, Nanny Ogg wasn't developed yet, so she didn't know about being dirty. Well, true, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't like it at all. Like, I bounced hard off her audio narration. That wasn't my only complaint. That was just the one that bothers me the most. So yeah. What have we got here? Oh, I'm still a long way from being caught up. Peter Serafino with Voice of Death. Oh, he really does. Couldn't be better. Oh, hi, Pete. Yay. Good to see you. And thanks for popping in to say hi. I hadn't read a lot of fantasy when you read the first two, so I knew something was being made fun of, but not quite what. The annotations on our space will help. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Only about 7 books in, but Colour of Magic has your favourite joke of all time. Okay. Just got a joke on my 20th read. Exactly. Reading for the first time. Yeah. It's really easy to suddenly have something that you've read so many times and it just jumps off the page at you eventually. And you're like, oh, how did I miss that? That's brilliant. Because Terry is a gift. And he's amazing, and I love him. I've read Guards, and now I'm going to start Men at Arms at the end of the week. Yay, Dan, that's so great. Seriously, it's great. It's so great. You'll love Men at Arms. See, Raf agrees with me. It's got a very American thing. Yes, it does. Which joke, Vasha? My name is a material one. Sorry, the one about the idea of rescue being so far at the back of his mind that in some theories of nature of the universe it was right in front of him. Yes. What have we got here? record them myself. Yes, I genuinely may, because they bother me that much. Honestly, they really do. Caro, yes. I'm not quite sure how I could do it so as not to be, I don't know, fined, sued. I wouldn't want to be sued. That would be bad. For those reading The Realm of the Elderlings, I can also recommend Buckkeep Radio Podcast for in-depth discussion. They're a group consisting of both new and rereaders. Oh, I might have to look into that. Raf agrees. The joking guards is the great thinking, is the goat thing. There's something to tell the kids. Yes. There are so many oh my God, I've caught up. There are so many in jokes, running jokes, just clever wordplay moments in Discworld that I just adore them. And nobody else, no other writer plays with words the way that Terry Pratchett plays with words. There's a joy in writing that I get, that you can read. When you read it, you can feel that Terry has had fun writing that down, which I think is marvellous. Can't imagine a Realm of the Elderlings podcast or talk about Fitz is dumb, big sad. Then you need to look at some of my discussions on Realm of the Elderlings. There is much more than that to talk about, although I don't know that I've ever done a discussion where that hasn't been mentioned at least half a dozen times. So maybe you're not that far off the point. Because, yeah, he's not going to be winning any intelligence competitions. But we do love him. He, in the fandom, he's our idiot. There is also a Realm of the Elderlings podcast called Is Fitz Happy? But that one is for rereaders only. They apparently discuss the books chapter by chapter. The answer to that is sometimes. Zoology, eh? That's a big word, isn't it? No, actually it isn't, said Tiffany. Patronising is a big word. Zoology is really quite short. I love it. Zen, the Molly hate from you is insane. Seriously, it's not as extreme as you seem to be remembering. You have definitely got PTSD from this, and it's not healthy, and perhaps you should talk to me about it, because clearly you need help. But yeah. The fact that so many female readers love Fitz explains why the toddler husband is a real thing. Raf, I have to push back hard on that one. I do. Because I don't love him like that at all. I don't think if you asked any female reader if they would want to be involved with Fitz, every single one of them would go, hell no, because nightmare. Like, no, he's a dork, and he would take far too much energy to just be around. Just no. Anyway, just reread it a couple of months ago. I know exactly how much it is. Yes, but you focus on it so much, then. It's like, just breeze over it. Just allow it to be there because he's a teenager. Just allow it. It's okay. Really, it's okay. It's not that bad. Here we go. Oh, hell no, I want Burke. Oh, hell yeah, he's the man. He's the one. Definitely. I want Burke. So you just want to see guys suffer. No, I love Fitz because he keeps going. I like you, Raf, I have my mental days where everything is too hard and I just can't. And yet Fitz has his bad days and keeps going. And I admire that. And that's a thing. And so I do care about Fitz a lot. So yeah. Vimes would be the greatest husband in the world. Well, clearly, and we see this whenever we see him and Sybil interact, which is why today, The Fifth Elephant is my favourite Discworld, because that's the one where we get to see their marriage the most. And I love it. It's marriage goals. Seriously, I've never read a marriage in fantasy as beautifully portrayed as Sam and Sybil. They care about each other, and it's just, oh, so lovely. I love them. It's just wonderful. Oh, there you go. Caro agrees with me. Way too many red flags with this. That's great. Vasha. Raph, have you read Realm of the Elderlings? I don't remember if I've seen you mention them. You haven't read them yet. On to next year. Fair enough. Okay, then Fitz brings out my mama bear feelings. I'd lose my damn mind dating or married to that. Yes. Hey, it's a hot mess. So, yeah. Raph. Read Farseer and live ships ages ago. It stopped because of lack of books. Need to reread them. You totally do. Because you are somebody I would love to have a conversation with about the themes in these books, because they are many and they are big and there is much to discuss. So keep that in mind. If and when you ever get around to rereading, I would very much appreciate a conversation about them. Angua would be a great girlfriend, except for that time of the moon where she feels the need to wear 3 bras. Angua is a perfect girlfriend. We see this because Carrot always has someone happy to go for a walk around the city, which I think is glorious when they put it like that. And Gaspode gets it. He says, well, you have to decide, because if you don't decide to be with him, if he asks you to, you have to. So make the decision. And Raph will reread, but excess of Arthur and all that. That's a lot of Arthur. And oh my God, I've been talking for 40 minutes. You people are too lovely, and we should stop and do some reading. So I think we should do some reading. I'm going to put up a banner and I'm going to go for half an hour, which should take us to, I think, 10 past or quarter past. Half an hour will be close at quarter past. We'll go to quarter past and we'll try and get some actual reading done, because that's the point of sprints, not just me chin wagging at you, because, you know, I'm not that far up my own bottom. Anyway, we shall read. And we're doing another little gentle re-wake from the next sprint. So we're back and I'm doing quite well. I'm up to 75% of the way through Philip's book. Yay me. He really does have a knack for just some beautiful, there's a word, scenery? No. For world building. That's what I'm doing. And yeah, it can be quite beautiful. I spoke yesterday with Pete on someone else's sprints about it being kind of perfect for me in that it bridges really quite wonderfully between very traditional Tolkien-esque, obviously it's Philip Chase. Those of you who are familiar with Philip are very familiar with his taste in books and stories, and that shows very clearly in The Way of Edan. So you have this really beautiful world building, this really picturesque landscape with very clear good bad guys, and yet there's a very modern spin on it with the good and bad guys are actually quite nuanced. They're not as black and white as Tolkien is. And the when things get brutal, it doesn't sort of cut away the way that Tolkien does. It keeps you there and it's in your face. Philip certainly knows how to write an action scene. So there's I've just had a really beautiful section and I could visualize it so very clearly in my head, and I feel like I'm the perfect reader for it, with having a reverence for Tolkien-esque style world building and enjoying that clarity of modern fantasy where it keeps you in the book. It's a really nice bridging kind of thing. And as I was saying to Pete yesterday, it would be a really good way to get modern readers, I think, interested perhaps in some of the older style fantasy writing where it's more about atmosphere and it was more about atmosphere and building that space around the characters. And yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Anyway, what are we doing? Caitlin got 2% done. Nice. 3 books going right now. Ooh, that's good going. I've got only 2. I've got physical, ebook of The Way of Edan, and of my audio at the moment is A Feast for Crows, because I'm doing the reread along with Joanna. So The Way of Edan is hard to read because you're laughing at the name Bagsack the whole time. You can't pay attention to the rest of it. He's not in it a whole bunch, but as we've pointed out, you have become known to me as someone who will focus on a thing and not let it go. 19 pages, only 40 pages left. Well done. Raf's done the Fisher King chapter. Percival has finally given his name to someone. Also, my laundry is hung to dry and you can enjoy a beer. Raf, that sounds like an ideal way to wind down your day. Because let's face it, beer is good. Ordinarily, I would join you, but it's only 8:15 in the morning, and that might be a little early, even for me. So, yeah. Jennifer has The Way of Edan on her TBR for the month. Can't wait to dive in. I'm really enjoying it, Jennifer. It's beautiful and brutal, and I genuinely would like to know how this all is going to go. So I'm kind of pleased that Philip is releasing them all this year, so I don't have to wait too long. And Cara's got it on her TBR as well. Nice. Farseer or Memory, Sorrow and Thorn? Seriously, it's a hard choice. Farseer. Obviously. Just a silly question to ask me. I mean, come on. You got a few chapters into The Way of Kings. Nice. Going to be a bit of adjustment, but interesting so far. More of a classic fantasy person, so more modern is a switch. Oh, okay. You may be another who enjoys The Way of Edan with our wonderfully newly published booktuber, Philip Chase. A third of the way through Sailing to Sarantium. Nice. Seriously, Jake would be so happy with you right now. He is the GGK prophet in much the same way as Alan is the Long Price Quartet prophet. You got some writing done on your design document. Slow going still. That's okay. You made progress. We're all about productivity and making progress. And that's awesome because we're here to cheer the fact that you got stuff done. So well done. Ravzin. This cries out for a collab with Daniel Green when Bags Mix Inspector. Nice. Oh, Caitlin's reading Memory, Sorrow and Thorn on Kindle right now. There you go. Maybe ask Caitlin Taranol. She'll be able to tell you whether it's worth it and whether you should perhaps move on to Farseer instead. Because, I'm biased, so I'm always going to give that as my recommendation if it's one of the options. So, and there's literally no exception to that. If it's up against anything, I will suggest you read Farseer, even Discworld. Because I will instead say read Farseer and Discworld, because Discworld is the perfect balance to the Realm of the Elderlings. But yeah, and half an hour through your audio of Jingo. Nice. Quick question: are you doing the new audios, or with is it Colin? No, Colin Morgan is doing the Magicians. I can't remember who's doing the watch books. Are you doing the new audios or the old one? But yeah, it's great. I love how there's all these book prophets out there. Maybe I'm the book apostate. Maybe. Although you are a fellow Discworld prophet. So, let's face it, you do your fair share of proselytizing. Maxwell has read 20 pages of Pyramids, very close to the end now. Oh, you're into the full quantum section of Pyramids. When the science of Discworld is going off. Nigel Bloody Planer. Are you not a fan of Nigel Planer? I like Nigel Planer. I think that his Sybil is lovely. And yeah, I just enjoy him. I may have a soft spot. I know that I have a soft spot for Nigel because he was Neil in The Young Ones. And you can't help but love the guy. I mean, come on. He played Neil. Soranel, if you like Tolkien, Memory, Sorrow and Thorn. If you prefer a focused character study and some fantasy elements, Farseer. Okay, that's fair. Not going to give it wholehearted support, obviously, because Farseer wasn't the first choice, but, it's good to see you anyway. Hey, Paramita, were you secretly lurking? She did pop in earlier to say hello. I remember saying hello earlier. So, yeah, the names of the camels in Pyramids are so great. Yes, they are. And the camels in general are entertaining in Discworld because I don't think Terry likes camels. And, yeah, and yet he respects camels, which is kind of great. But yes. How many books have you read this month, Paramita? That's a good question. Given that it's the 12th and I haven't even finished one, which is most unusual, that's what I get for reading new. And I always struggle with new. Seriously, why on earth? Anyway. Oh, we've got lots of hellos. I'm trying to finish Hollow Kingdom. Yeah. I like that Terry Pratchett has an opinion about camels. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nigel Planer. Respect your camels, people. Oh, absolutely. The opening sequence of Pyramids is one of the best in Discworld, just by how incredibly well it's choreographed. Oh, yes. So good. Okay, for context, I asked because I met Paramita when she read about 3,000 pages of Sun Eater. That is so many pages in 2 days. So many pages. That's a lot. Greatest book recommendation from the librarian. Ook. Yes, ook indeed. I used it as a comment somewhere, and Alan, who was also involved, didn't catch it. I was like, I made a very clever librarian reference, and the person it was aimed at didn't notice. That made me sad, but never mind. Reading superhero. We've got to have our superheroes, people. We've got to have them. We have to have something to aspire to. Because I often am like, yay, I'm doing really well. I've read this many books this month. And then Kyle will post his, I've read this many books. And I'm like, okay, I've got seriously rookie numbers going on. But all camels are mathematicians. So maybe Pratchett just has an opinion on maths. Yes, I think so. I think we both would agree that, yes, he certainly has a thing about maths. I think he was far more a fan of the more advanced physics. We're talking about the very symbolic numbers and that are more conceptual than actual. And we see that in the Science of Discord books. So love the I think we all love the librarian. He's amazing. So 10 books already? It's only the 12th rather. What is going on? That's insane. Many rereads. One was a chonky new read. I'm sorry, you have already started and finished Les Mis. You are a reading machine. That is impressive. What opinion would be that math is easy or math is hard? Are camels smarter than humans? According to Terry Pratchett, yes. So, Kyle is known for skipping books. No, well, yes, he did do that rather wonderful piece of BookTube performative art in skipping half of Wheel of Time. And that was rather fabulous, to be fair. When I think about camels, I just think about eyelashes from One Piece. I haven't read One Piece, but I believe you, because camels do have beautiful eyelashes. And I have just added Robin Hobb. Yes! This brings me joy. Like, properly. That makes me happy. It's a happy chair wiggle. Camels are absolutely clearly smarter than humans. Oh, I have to plug my laptop in. Also, the librarian is obviously the best Discord character. Obviously. I mean, he's just remarkable. You've only read 5. Only 5, Daniel. Come on. So long as they will count for the readathon, that's fine. The Science of Discord books spoil any of the Discord books. No. All this talk of Terry Pratchett's science references make me want to read them soon. They're brilliant. They really are. They do a chapter of Discworld written by Terry in Discworld with Discworld characters doing Discworld things. And then the following chapter explains our science, real Earth science, in layman's terms, explains the things that the wizards have just discovered. And as somebody who is a high school dropout, I left school at 16, the information in it was really accessible. It wasn't patronizing. It was just, it is a really interesting thing the wizards have just discovered, and it's this. And they talk it through. They're really good. They're really, really good. You liked Les Mis so much. Totally cried over Dorian Gray today. Favorite classics are so special. Yes, I agree. They are. And she's not only showing you up, Daniel. Seriously, everybody's showing me up so far. It's insane. I just had a brilliant idea for a video. Need to figure out how to fix Wheel of Time books to my skipping rope. That's funny. Dorian Gray is also my favorite classic. Can highly recommend The Count of Monte Cristo. Oh my God, isn't that thing massive? Like even the abridged version? That kind of shows how scared of it I am. I'm scared of it. I do own it. It's on my list of owned classics that I need to get through. But I know the story, but I haven't read the story. Cried like a little girl when you read Les Mis. The way Sister Simplice lied 3 times, one lie after another, a sister who dedicated her life to truth in order to save a good man. Okay, yeah, that's upsetting. That is a tragedy. Dorian Gray, Monte Cristo, and The Hunchback of Notre Dame are my 3 all-time favourites. There you go. Zen agrees. The Count of Monte Cristo is great, but I kind of like the 2002 movie adaptation better as far as the central revenge plot goes. Okay. Good to know. Raf's a fan of Don Quixote and Moby Dick all the way. Yeah, I don't know that I don't know that Moby Dick's something that I have any interest in. But Don Quixote, maybe. The Bill Homewood narration of Count of Monte Cristo is wonderful. That's how I finished that book. It never even occurred to me to do that on audio. I totally could do that on audio. Ron made it halfway through Monte Cristo. Should probably pick it back up. Oh, Don Quixote getting more votes. Crime and Punishment on the TBR for the year. Nice. I don't know. Dumas, to me, got paid by the word. Good book. Just take your time with it. Talking about paid by the word, one of Alan's Jeopardy questions was something about how many words are in the longest sentence ever. And it's a Dickens sentence. And it's 283 in a single sentence. That is ridiculous. And he was paid by the word. Anyway, so many classics on my TBR. Doing European Lit homework today. Didn't help with that either. I'm so sorry. Also, when Jean Valjean was hunted down a second time, not because of theft, but for the crime of calling Napoleon emperor instead of calling him the traitor Bonaparte. Second part of that message to come. After rereading it last week, I can tell you that Mallory's Morte certainly isn't your favourite. I think I remember you saying that already, that you were like, not a fan. Dumas did, in fact, get paid by the word. Well, there you go. Dickens' blasphemy shall not pass. It's not blasphemy. It can't be blasphemy if it's truth. And a 283-word sentence is unnecessary. It's just unnecessary, okay? Just is. 283. I guess you all haven't read Kant or Marx's notebooks. You're right. I haven't. I am not the same student of thought as you are. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry unless you're crying with laughter, at which point, yay. Dickens fans are great and Dickens works are brilliant. Please don't get me wrong there. I do like Dickens generally. But yeah, there are, I read Hobbes. I'm okay with wordiness in general and in beautiful explanations of things, but that's excessive. Zinn reckons Dickens is blech. I wouldn't quite go that far, but he can be a difficult thing to read. If a Latin teacher like Alan says a sentence is long, then it's long. Yes. Yes. Thankfully, he didn't read it out to us. I don't remember that he did. On that note, there will be a new episode of Jeopardy on the 16th or 17th. So, if Anita is still watching, we need to make sure that we don't clash with the Realm of the Elderlings discussion, because I'm torn. I don't know which I would rather be doing, talking about Realm of the Elderlings or watching Book Jeopardy. I don't know. Because let's say, Book Jeopardy is kind of awesome. So, and honest to God, that's part of the reason why I bought my new laptop, because I wanted one I could handle many people doing live things on, so that I can say to Alan, I can play Jeopardy now. because I want to. Even if I lose horribly, I just want to be on it. You also don't like Realm of the Elderlings or Wheel of Time, Paramita. No accounting for taste. Well, but since you like Dickens and have struggled with Pratchett, maybe you should try Dodger. That is a brilliant idea, Raf. Absolutely brilliant. If there's ever a Terry Pratchett that you might enjoy, it's that one. It's not a Discworld book, but it has a lot of the elements of humour and a lot of the very clever thematic work. And you might definitely enjoy that. That's an excellent recommendation, Raf. I want to see Alan do a Realm of the Elderlings Jeopardy so I can watch you destroy everyone. That wouldn't be fair. Although, the Zen Realm of the Elderlings is good except the final trilogy. I'm going to pretend I didn't read that. Anita will want to watch Jeopardy, don't worry. Oh, phew. That's good. Okay, but where else? Not in Mort Arthur. Do you see King Arthur marching to Rome, conquering all of Europe, crushing the imperial army, then just giving the land back to their rightful owner? Well, not liking Wheel of Time is a mark of excellent character. Okay. I haven't read it and have no intention to. So, me on one team, everyone on the other. Maybe. Maybe. My husband and I play along with Jeopardy. He doesn't read, so he does the riddles, and I come up with the titles. Yeah. I actually really like the riddles when he does the maybe, mayhaps, and the alternate titles. I do quite well in them because I know a lot of aphorisms, and he uses a lot of those in those riddles, and so I usually do quite well in those. But she did. I'm struggling. I'm going to pretend that I don't know that thing that I now know, because no. Lucius, the Emperor of Rome, is a high point. Well, yeah. Well, thank you. And you're allowed. I don't understand, but you're allowed. Okay, and you're ready to finish the readathon for April so you can get back to LifeShip. Yay! Yes, if I wasn't a captain, I would give you different advice, but I am a captain, so I shall say, well, get those readathon books out of the way, and then you can concentrate on the LifeShip Traders, which is marvelous. Because, yes, I am biased, but I'm also right. So, perhaps and alternate titles make me feel so smart on the rare occasions that I do guess them. Yes. There was one where, I can't think where it was now, but whoever was playing, Kyle was playing, and he was like, that was impossible to get. And I was like, no, I got it. It was great. And it's hard because you can't put your answer in the comments. So you can't prove it. You can't be like, oh yeah, I totally knew that. Totally. Anyway, also in Mort Arthur Knights, we will give our lives for our morals. Arthur, what are you, crazy? Let's just lie to the enemy, then win the day. Raph might be suffering from this excess of Arthur. So perhaps you'll grab another bit. Well, cheers. You deserve it. You've read a lot of Arthur. That deserves multiple beers in my book. Absolutely. I'm biased, but I'm also right. Get it on a t-shirt. It's true. It's true. Seriously. LifeShips, amazing. I'm awful with math, but book math, I like that category. I like book math. I don't do very well at it because I don't always know all of the things. And I think that's kind of how it's designed, that you're probably going to know 2, but highly unlikely you're going to know 3 of the elements that Alan has put together. I should probably do some homework on that if I'm planning to do Book Jeopardy. But there you go. always get book math wrong. Yes, I struggle with it. Also, Balin de Savage, the Knight with Two Swords, never seen him in anything else. He's too clearly French. So, and it's Tori, fellow readathon captain. Hi, good to see you. War on Mort d'Arthur is a fascinating text, an important document for a lot of things, but enjoyment level is low. And Raf's read Wheel of Time, so he knows. Okay, we're getting a lot of anti-Wheel of Time talk in here from you, Raf. This, not an anti-channel, but, US is done with work. Does this mean we're getting a little influx of people? Then math is fabulous. I used to make up calculus integrals solved during the boring classes. Right. This explains many things. And Shadia struggles with perhaps. Is there a book you just don't want to read? Mine is Ulysses. Not that I can think of. Not actively just don't want to do it. No. There are books I don't intend to read, just purely because of things I've heard and time and other things that are great. Like Wheel of Time, but but I don't have an anti against anything that I can think of. So, yeah. I love Alan's face when he's so excited until no one gets the question. And he's like, how did you not get that? Alan, no one would get that. Sometimes I get those. I like those. Those are great. Because that's the even better face. When he genuinely thinks no one's going to get it and someone gets it. That one is magic. Balin and Balin show up in older Arthurian text, though. Oh, I didn't know that. And Dan is supposed to be working, but this conversation is thrown it out the window. I do apologise that we've sidetracked you from work. Who would win in a steering match, Granny or Susan? Granny. There was an old NBA TV Merlin movie with Sean Neil, somebody. That's pretty good. But the second one was an abomination. Oh, NBC. Right, gotcha. Yours is War and Peace. That's the one that you genuinely don't want to read. Okay. That's cool. Granny. Yes, there we go. We've got another vote for Granny. Granny could beat Death, but Susan, complicated. Yeah, they would either be a force to be reckoned with because they would just be all in together, or everyone should leave the vicinity because an explosion is about to go down. Your mum is trying to force me to read Ulysses because it's long and I like long books. Maybe you should clarify that statement to your mum and say, yeah, but I like good long books, mum. I suffered so you don't have to. This is War and Peace. Oh, Sam Neill. Oh, I love Sam. He's a Kiwi. He owns a vineyard not far from where I live. So, yeah. Also, Balin the Dwarf with Two Swords had a comeback in the 1937 book. I did not know that either. So, yeah. Chris reads book. Hi, Chris. Good to see you. The Fairy, maybe you like it. I tried for 150 pages and lost the will to exist. The world accepts all sorts of readers. Thank goodness. Yeah, it's important. And you can also read that in a day, War and Peace. And it would take Chadia a year. So all the more reason not to have to read it for yourself. But yeah, that's a lot. That's a big thing. But yeah. I can't think of any book that I just lost the will. Have I ever read anything that I've kind of gone, I can't do it? I don't think so. I think part of that is I tend to sort of just not pick books that don't hit at least one of my buzzwords. I tried reading Anna Karenina for the 73 accelerated reading points. That was enough to swear off Tolstoy. Hey, some things just aren't for you. That's fine. Yours is Atlas Shrugged. Oh, okay. Caitlin, today I read because I wanted to read one before I died. But I almost died reading it. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose. Oh, dear. I did try it and dropped it about a quarter of the way in. Okay, fair enough. Knowing it's not for you is a skill. Tolstoy took me 6 weeks to read, which is extremely long. Yes, it is. So whom would you add to this team? Granny Susan, Mary Poppins, the book version. Who would I add? Who would I add? Granny Susan, Mary Poppins. Let me think on it. Don't let Ulysses break you. The Magicians by Lev Grossman was one I couldn't finish. Dark Academia, not for you. Good. People in the 6th century were smaller, so when Tolkien called Balin back, he had to be a dwarf. Ah, okay. Now I want to play Bioshock. It's the whole game is basically just a gigantic dig at Ayn Rand's idiocy. Oh, who's off to bed? Neviados, going back to bed. Thanks for getting up early for us, you EU peeps. Well, good night. I hope you have a lovely night. I will be doing this again later in the week. You've got to check that game out. Absolutely. So who do I want on that team? With Granny, Susan, and Mary Poppins from the book. Okay, so she's got to be pretty hard ass. Kerowyn from Mercedes Lackey's Valdemar series, because she's pretty awesome. She's a mercenary fighter and extremely fair and could kick many bottoms if so challenged. So, yes. Kettricken. I think that she would get buried under the other personalities, because while Kettricken is very strong and has an incredible centered character, she's not necessarily forceful, whereas Granny, Susan, Mary Poppins, they're very there's a word. They're very projecting of their personalities. So enjoy it. It's fantastic. Nice. Bioshock 2 is even better from a gameplay standpoint. But one has one of the most iconic stories in gaming if you make it to the end. Nice. I like Patience and Kettricken a lot. I love them. I adore them both. They're just amazing. What about Malta? I don't think either Granny or Susan would put up with Malta. Even late story Malta. Yeah. Raph hasn't read Ulysses, but survived Finnegan's Wake. So I guess it won't hurt too much. You survived. That should be a t-shirt. I survived Finnegan's Wake. Zen will fight anyone who doesn't like Patience and Kettricken. Absolutely. If you don't like those two women, there is something fundamentally wrong with you. I'm sorry. That's just facts. Because Patience and Kettricken are amazing. Chris tried to read Children of the Moon recently, but hated the main character so much I had to stop. Now, I haven't read Malazan, but I feel vaguely secure in saying you could keep going, and that may not be a problem. Just in how many different characters that you're going to meet along the way. I'm sure Raph here could help you with that. I didn't remember how insufferable Malta was at the beginning. Oh, she was insufferable. She really was insufferable, and you just want to slap the bejesus out of her. So Malta is too much. Seriously, she's a thing. That's what a Confederate officer said. Also, I survived Celine should be a t-shirt. Okay, I believe you. At Zin, I will never forget the thing with Brashen and Madship. Oh yeah, that was like peak Malta. That was so incredibly cringeworthy in her behaviour that yeah. Anyway, sorry. The Children of Men by P.D. James. Okay. And Zin is looking forward to meeting a certain horse and tawny man. Oh yes. Yes. Willful and spirited, I think, were the terms used. And now I want to check just to see if I'm right. But I'm not going to. I'm going to resist the urge. I will allow the potential that those may not be the words that were used. But that's what you get. Because I'm pretty sure. Anyway. But yeah, I'm glad that's all been the case. And I have again been talking for over half an hour. That's ridiculous, you guys. Oh my God. Book one, Malta isn't the same person as later. You're quite right, she's not. She goes through some profound and genuine change. And it's the character writing. It's amazing. Anybody who loves amazing characters really should be reading Robin Hobb, because the longer you leave it, the more you're going to kick yourself for leaving it. So just get on it. Anyway, I'm going to start another sprint. And yeah, because I'm still talking. Stop talking. Okay. I'm going to sprint until, what are we? Almost 9 o'clock. We'll go to past. That'll work. Okay. No, Paramita. Sorry, Varsha. The conversation, yes, is the fun part, but the point is to get stuff done. So you'd like to see Robin Hobb write something not dreadfully sad. Good luck with that. Okay, that's close enough, I think. Just wanted to say hi to my lovely friend Raph, who has joined us. Hi.
Hey. Yeah, I'm slow and all of that, but I brought
That's
beers,
quite
so
right.
that's good.
Cheers. Yay! It's such a satisfying noise.
It is at that.
Yes, I'm a little bit
Thanks.
jealous, but it's still too early here for me.
Well, around here it is. Well, it's 11:30, so
Oh, that's late enough. That's definitely late enough.
yeah, this may just count as a nightcap. We'll see.
I think so. I think so. So how have you been? I haven't spoken to you for a while. So
I've been all over the place, and then I fell into like an author-shaped hole.
yes, I noticed. Was that a result of rereading the Fainava Tapestry, or has that come the other way round? Was reading Fainava an outcome of reading Arthur?
No. So I started reading Fiona Barr this year for the first time because I always avoided Gabrielle Kay for some reason. Or, I mean, not
Okay.
avoided, but like always got distracted by something else. And then I decided to do like the Sunday school videos where I go through like all kinds of fantasy books and talk about like how to read fantasy in all kinds of ways. And then I decided to maybe do something on Arthur, and then I'm like, and then I fell into like this Arthur hole, and I reread Mallory, and I'm reading T.H. White right now, and I'll be reading Mists of Avalon next, and I feel the video will be like 2 hours long, and it'll be very Arthurian.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Fainava is a very strong Arthur sort of themed in its mythology. I mean, as you've already said in your second Sunday school, there's an awful lot of Celtic myth in there as well.
Yeah,
but
there's
it
a lot.
does lean a lot into Arthur. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's part of what makes it so funny is that you have all these different traditions that all kind of come together in Arthur. You have like the Welsh tradition, the Celtic tradition. You mix it with the French tradition, and you mix it with like the English chronicle tradition, and they all have like different goals and ideas. And when all of that comes together, and you have like 1,000 years of like Arthurian tradition, there's a lot to pick from. It's interesting to look at which kind of elements of like an Arthurian myth different authors pick, and that's sort of what I'm currently interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much. There is.
But
I go the other way.
The hole opened up, and then it was very difficult to.
Yes, it is a bit like that. It's that going down the rabbit hole, and you're too far in now. You've got to come out the other end.
It's more like quicksand, and you're like, or like that scene in Star Wars, like when they're about to be fed to that monster
to the
by
Sarlacc,
Jabba the Hutt, and you're like, it's like the more you struggle, the more Arthurian legends show up, and you're like, I've almost made it, and there's like, oh, have you heard about Sir La Cote de Mail? No, I haven't. Oh gods.
Yeah,
and then you're back down, like.
It's the commercials, isn't it? It's the advertisements. But wait, there's more. And
there is. I did read for the first time Mark Twain's Connecticut Yankee at the Court of.
Oh, did you? I haven't read that one.
It's fantastic. I love it so much. I mean, it does have its problems. It's got like a level of sexism that we're probably no longer comfortable with 100 years after that thing was published. 120 years after it was published. And there is a level of racism. Interesting enough, all its racism is directed towards Native Americans.
Oh, okay.
Because Mark Twain was very much like an abolitionist, and he was also very much against all the things happening in Restoration and like the Restoration South and stuff. So there's no racism against black people. So whenever he needs to look for, whenever he goes like racist, the only option he has is Native American. So that's kind of weird to deal with, but beyond that, it's a fantastic book. It's extremely political, which I personally like, and it's one of those things where, similar to like Don Quixote, right, where you're like, everyone has seen like movies and stuff, but those movies don't go into like the details of the book.
Yeah. Yeah.
For some reason, Walt Disney left out the part where they just like mow down all of England's chivalry with Gatling guns and
Yeah.
and Merlin
For some
electrocutes
strange reason.
and Merlin electrocutes himself on like an electric fence.
Yeah, absolutely.
That part was, and for some reason, left out of all the adaptations. I wonder why.
Oh, gee, I wonder.
So it was really an eye opener for me. It was like, wow, I wasn't expecting it to be this good.
Well, that's surprising. I'm glad to hear it. Although, you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, Mark Twain is known as a good writer. So it's one of those, well, why should I be surprised that something is good from them?
Yeah.
So,
Turns out he also really doesn't like ideas like monarchy.
yeah.
Or capitalism, for that matter. And he's in favor of universal suffrage in 1890. So,
Wow.
while there is sexism in there, it is not that far.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I'm really pleased to hear. I might actually add that one to my maybe when I get time list. But I've certainly maxed off my new reads for this month. Who's this going to drop off? Oh, this is Varsha going to drop off to read a Ken Hughes short story with Steve on his sprint. Alrighty. Well, say hi to Steve for us because we're a fan of Steve too.
Yeah.
And what kind of a man was Guinevere? Yeah, well.
Another 3% of Memories of Ice. God, yeah, that's 5% all in all, isn't it? Or 6%.
It's a solid chunk. We've gone through a solid chunk today, which I'm thrilled about. Yeah, and I'm just happy that Tharamal's got Farsia on his Kindle because that just brings me joy.
Yeah.
More people reading Hob brings me joy. So, and yeah, we've got another hour. Okay. Kate is here. Hello, Kate, the literary apothecary.
Yeah.
Also doing studying. Well, class. She has class on her other screen. So whether she's actually studying is another matter entirely. But I think working on her second master's, it's fairly safe to assume that she knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Oh, well, I've read like 100 pages, like finished off a book on marriage, adultery, and inheritance in Mallory's Morte d'Arthur. So before I started the one that I'm reading right now, so I feel like I've done all the studying I need to do today.
I think so. I think that's a fair call. It's 11:30 at night. I think you're allowed to stop. So Max has finished Pyramids. Nice.
Very good.
Yeah. And Shadia's doing Immersion. So she's doing really well. That'll be why she's maybe able
also,
to crack
Ralph,
through.
I love Ralph Lister as a narrator for the first couple of Malazan books. He's really good with that. He's got a very manly, harsh, dry voice, and it fits like the vibe extremely well. I wish I had that kind of voice.
Well, there's certainly nothing feminine about your voice, Raf. So I think you're good on that point.
Yeah, but there's like this. There's this word that we use for like all the fantasy people, all the male fantasy characters that are no longer like youths.
Yes.
When we call them grizzled.
Yes.
He's got a grizzled voice, if that makes any sense.
I like that. I seriously do. There's that wonderful actor who has it. And he always has a glorious moustache. Sam Elliott has a grizzled voice, and I'm a fan of that. But yes. Aaron's done no reading, sadly, but made dinner, so time was not wasted. I've said this before. If your time is spent making food, this is good time spent. Food is good. So have you guys read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell? I have not, but so many people I know have that I have putting it on my radar. What did you think, Raf?
I did enjoy most of it. I think there's like one part that I felt was a bit too long.
Oh, okay.
It's sort of like a pseudo-historical fantasy kind of thing, and he spends a lot of time, like, say, one of the characters spends a lot of time campaigning somewhere in Spain and whatnot, and that part I felt was a bit too long.
Okay.
But I did like the ideas about like how to include like the connection between folklore and magic. I did
Ooh, I like
really,
that.
really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's something I like. So that sort of jumps it up my little list of things to read.
And you know, Susanna Clark is a fantastic writer, and the way she manages to just like capture the vibe of like Edwardian literature in a lot of ways.
Hmm. That's
Um,
amazing to hear.
is really like, apparently she actually did like, you know, do like word searches to make sure she didn't use any anachronistic words that weren't used in, say, Jane Austen or
Uh-huh.
Bronte stories at the time and stuff like that. So, and
That's
like you can tell it reads incredibly well like that. There's awesome stuff in there.
I mean, it's always impressive when an author clearly puts that effort into, to quote AP, putting verisimilitude into their books. And as a reader, I really appreciate that. You know, there's nothing else can give you that same immersion as when an author has really done their homework. And yeah, that
Well,
is impressive.
I learned from Naomi Novik that he can also be defeated by dragons. So I'm not sure if dragons count as magic though.
I think we're fairly safe to assume that they count as magic, because let's face it, dragons aren't real. So that puts them into
Fairies
their own
are
world.
incredible. I agree.
But fairies
Like
are incredible.
folky fairies, which is why, say, Lords and Ladies is one of my favorite Discworld novels, because it does have
Yes,
scary fairies.
scary fairies. There's actually a standalone that Raymond Feist wrote in, I want to say, the early 80s,
Hmm.
called Fairy Tale.
Okay.
And it's set in his current day, so it's set in the
Mhm.
80s. A family moves into a house that just randomly shows up on the market when the father is looking,
Yeah.
and it turns out they've moved to somewhere called Erlking Hill.
Oops.
And it's basically fallen out of Protective Loop. And because it's one of the places that the fairy may move to on an equinox. And it may never be used for hundreds of years. But of course, the story is around the fact that, of course, as this family who know nothing about fairies moves in, that's when
Yeah.
the fairies are going to show up. And they're old fairies. We're talking the dark court and the light court show up. And
Yeah.
we have one of the children taken by fairies. We have
Nice.
another one assaulted by fairies. We have a local elderly Irish handyman becoming the font of knowledge of how to deal with fairies. And I really enjoyed it. It has aged, obviously, because it's
Yeah.
dated. It's
Yeah.
written as current, and of course it's the 80s. But I really enjoyed it before the old school fairies.
There's
I
a
really enjoyed that.
there's a wonderful book, and I would recommend actually the audiobook for that one. It's by Elizabeth Hand, who I can't recommend enough, because she's an amazing author. Does like very unique things whenever she starts writing anything. And it's called Wilding Hall. It's more like a novella. It's fairly short. And the way it's written is like one of those VH1 kind of documentaries.
Oh, okay.
And which is why it works so well as an audiobook. So it's basically just interview snippets with members of this cult, late 60s, early 70s acid folk, psychedelic folk band, who recorded this wonderful cult classic album at this old house, which is called Wilding Hall. And after that, their singer vanished, and there was like crime stuff and so forth. And like in the early 2000s, they, interviewed like all the people involved to figure out what happened there or not. And it may or may not be slightly supernatural, and a lot of like the darker side of English folklore, and the whole like wren hunting and stuff like that kind of things play into it. But it's amazingly well done, because you don't know what's real, because all of the people obviously were very much
They
on
were
drugs when
tripping
they,
balls.
they record the whole thing in 1972, so everyone is just
Yeah.
like
They were on
drunk and
another
stoned
planet.
out of their heads all the time. So all the supernatural stuff they're remembering might just be,
Yeah.
But
Visions from their own psychedelic.
yeah, and it works so
yeah.
well because all this folklore stuff kind of comes into that.
I like
And
it.
the level of atmosphere and the sense of place and time, especially if you ever listen to stuff, like Pentangle and Griffin and stuff, all that 60s, 70s folk stuff. The kind of weirdly unearthly stuff they were going for at the time musically.
Yeah.
It just
That
like
sounds
has that
good.
vibe that is so difficult to shake off, and it's brilliant in that regard.
No, I do love that. I do love that a lot. Oh, here we go. More love for Discworld. I love how Granny could defeat the Fairy Queen because of being imperfect and therefore had ways to become better.
Yeah.
But Granny is amazing. She's pretty amazing. I'm a massive fan of Granny. I always wanted to be Granny when I grew up, in that I identify so much with Susan. I was like, no, I think I would probably become Granny if I keep going at this rate. But I find I'm turning more into Nanny.
Everyone turns more into Nanny
I like
when
a
they
drink.
grow older.
I like sweets. I have a grumpy cat. I'm certainly becoming more attracted to gravity. It's I find I'm turning into Nanny, though I'm aspiring to be Granny.
Nah, I've given up. I'll just embrace my inner Nanny arc, and I'm good with
You've
that.
got a beard going. You can be Arch-Chancellor Rid Cully. You can be Rid Cully, the rather glorious man who's just sort of bold and brash and has whiskey in his hat. So
that does sound that does sound like something I could do.
Yeah, get your wizard hat.
I might have like the brazen disregard for like everyone else's feelings. I think I can manage that.
Yeah, you just bowl on in there and go, no, this is what we're doing. Lay down the law. It's brilliant. And let's not forget that cats can talk to whoever they damn well please. They just don't find humans worthy of conversation. Which is very true.
which is why I personally always was like a dog person, because I appreciate having one person in the house that I don't feel like that is not my intellectual superior. So that's like why I really like dogs.
Fair enough. I'm a cat person, so I know what's inside, because that's one of the things in Tawny Man that you learn, is that cats can and will talk to anyone they like. It's just very rare. And anyone who's had cats knows that that's totally the case.
Yeah.
In the real world, of course, we fall back on Terry, in that cats used to be worshipped as gods, and they have not forgotten this. And also that if they looked like frogs, we would remember what cruel, vicious little bastards they really were.
That's true.
Both of those things are true.
You, Derry, have read the cat book that Pratchett wrote, right?
I have not.
There is a book that Terry Pratchett wrote, all about just like how, like sort of like a guide to owning cats or not owning cats, and
I have to find that immediately.
It's a book that you need to read, and it's a book that Katya needs to read. I'm sure you'll both get a lot out of it.
Clearly, that is something I must get immediately.
It's not Discworld. It's just like it's Pratchett talking about his experience having cats.
Yes.
Or cats having Pratchett.
Well, this is very true also, because they totally just deign to allow us into their lives. Yes, I do feel very honoured, I must say, when the cat deigns to share his company with me. But, Discworld spoilers. There's no such thing as a Discworld spoiler. There's just not. But hello, thank you for popping in, however briefly. Oh, yes, Sandman's version of Cats with Neil Gaiman. Lovely. That was a good one. I actually liked the adaptation of that entry into the comic. The adaptation did that part animated. And that was really, really good. That got released, I think, the week after Sandman dropped. And I really liked that. Yes, absolutely. Lots of cat people in the house. See, I say this, and yet the only picture of a pet I have in my house is of a dog that I lost many years ago and who I grieved for profoundly when we lost him. And it's like, profound, the connection you can have with a dog.
I'm still grieving for the dog that I lost. I totally get that.
Oh, yeah.
It's very, very,
people. There's something incredibly pure about their choice of having you in there as their person. And I was thinking, because my mother died not long before I lost my dog. I say that it's actually a lie. My mother died probably 5 years before we lost the dog, and I grieved more profoundly for the dog. And I was concerned at myself for this. I was like, why would I do that? Why has this hurt me more? And I came to the conclusion eventually that we don't have any baggage with dogs.
Yeah.
With people, you've got memories of rows and disagreements and things they didn't like about you. Dogs just love you. And there's, a purity to that.
There's like this thing with like dogs. Like, so where I live, like I obviously like sleep above where I sit right now because I obviously live under my bed.
Yes.
And my dog used to have like her basket was upstairs. Like when you go leave my room, there's upstairs like the living room and so forth. And she used to have like her basket up there.
Nice.
And for a lot of times, like I went to sleep and I climbed up the stairs into my bunk bed, and like 2 minutes later, I could hear her trample down the stairs and scratch at my door. And then she just came in and curled up on like a blanket under my bed because she wanted to sleep there. Or she just didn't come. And like one time I went to sleep like at 3 a.m. The dog runs down the stairs. I wake up, she scratches at my door. I make my way down the ladder of my bunk bed. I open the door. The dog's in front of me. She looks at me. She wags her tail, is really happy to see me, turns around, goes back to her to her basket and goes back to sleep. Like,
oh, that's funny.
And you're like, okay, I was worried you weren't there. I guess all's good now. I can go back to sleep now. It's okay.
Maybe you liked me.
And you're like,
reassured.
You bitch, so you're waking me up at 3 a.m. Just to check if I'm still around. But that's like what dogs do. Like dogs, the level of like. That makes it so hard to leave dogs. It's so.
It is. Yeah. I mean, my dog, German Shepherd, highly intelligent, beautifully trained, and he was always just the biggest softie to me, because in reality it was my ex's dog. It was not mine, but I adored him, and he was always the biggest softie. And he woke me up one morning barking really loudly, and I was like, "Whoa, what's got him upset?" I sort of come to myself and look at him, and suddenly he's enormous and he's a wolf and he's trying to get out of the window. And I'm like, whoa, look out my window. And there's two guys that I don't know walking around the property. And so I sort of squeeze the window open half an inch because the dog is seriously trying to get out. And I'm like, who are you? You're bothering my dog. And they're like, the landlord sent us to check the pipes. He's not coming out, is he? Because he's kind of bothering us. I'm like, okay, we didn't get any notice that anyone was coming. So you guys better leave and make sure that gets arranged, because I'm letting him out in about 3 minutes. And they went so fast, man. They were just gone. And I looked at this dog who had turned into a monster. I was like, whoa, like he morphed into this giant slavering beast trying to claw his way out the window. And I'm like, wow, he was fully prepared to go feral on those people for me. You know, that just changed my opinion of this dog forever. I was like, wow, you totally have decided to be in love with us, because we could have got that. And it was astonishing to see the difference. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah. Hey, Evie.
And we got an Evie. Hello, lovely, lovely lady. Yeah.
Yeah, that's dogs, and I think that's what makes like the relationship with dogs so different from like the relationship with cats. Is like dogs give you like their complete loyalty, which
Yes.
kind of requires you to give them their your loyalty as well.
Oh, yes. It has to be.
maybe I've read too much Arthurian stuff, but there's like that chivalry kind of relationship with a dog. It's like they're yours.
Yes. Yeah,
You're their liege lord, and they're gonna do anything for
absolutely.
you.
They would lay.
But that means
they
you
will
have
lay down their lives for you.
Yeah.
And you just can't knock that.
Cats are more like flatmates. They're really cool. They're really cool to hang out.
Not that much.
But they might not actually take out the trash or do the do the dishes or whatever.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't remember that. Yeah. Very much.
It's a very different relationship between cats and owners than dogs and owners.
Very much is. And you can appreciate cats as much as you like, but they just don't need us the same way as dogs.
As Pratchett said, they just tolerate us until someone invents like a can opener that can be operated.
Absolutely, that's right. Yeah, because who needs opposable thumbs? Obviously, with Grebo, this is no longer a problem, but I do. Pratchett's a genius, because how much longer are you all going to sprint? I was going to do maybe one more, Evie, and you're welcome to join me if you would like. I don't know what time it is there, but it's because it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning here where I am. So I don't know what time that makes it for you. Evening? Is it dinner time for you? I feel like it's dinner time for you.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's about midnight here.
Oh, good Lord. Actually, well, it must be, because you were having your beer at 11:30. So.
Yeah, it's 4 minutes to midnight.
Oh, good Lord. Here we go.
In 2 minutes' time before I have to start that whole Iron Maiden routine.
Yes, well. But that might be a bit much for some of our company.
I know.
It'll be a bit late in the evening for them. But to be fair, I'm a bit more of a Judas Priest than Iron Maiden. But there you go. But, yes. So I'm actually going to go to audio in the next sprint, because my eyes are getting tired doing my ebook. And I've just hit 80%, and it's a nice round number to stop on. So,
which one are you reading?
I'm reading Philip's The
Way of Edan.
Yes. Evie's just got in from the tattoo shop. Oh, what did you get done, Evie? This is essential knowledge. We need to know. It may only have been a planning session, though. We don't know. But I'm enjoying The Way of Edan, Raph. I am. There's a lot there to like. A lot there to like. And so, were you planning on reading too?
I'm looking forward to it. I will definitely go and read it, and I'm looking forward to it. I think there's a lot of things that I appreciate that I know that Philip appreciates, so I'm expecting him to put those into his books. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, I said it earlier, and feeling like I'm pretty familiar with Philip as a person, it's incredibly clear. He's absolutely wearing his influences on his sleeve. He's not trying to sort of obfuscate it at all. It's right there in your face, and it's beautiful.
Two tattoos, Evie. That's 2 at once. All right.
Yeah.
that's something.
It is a spear and a pelican. Okay.
I'm like,
and the banished birds. That's
I
an
do.
unusual one.
I'm still tempted to read The Spear Cuts Through Water because the title is so good.
It is a great title. And if
I'm
anyone
I'm
can
just
sell
like
you on
I
the
know
spear,
Evie will sell me on it. I know that. It's like, that's why I keep avoiding her.
oh,
No, I've had like the title and name on like I'm like might be something I might be interested in.
yeah,
Possibly, could be.
could be.
Who knows? Just
Here we
keep
go.
all that author
Begging now.
away
She's
from me.
begging now. It's embarrassing. But, that's okay. I do this for whole. But that's two Simon Jimenez tattoos in one go. That's a good effort. That's a very good effort. But yes. But we are sort of banging on exactly midday. Midnight for you. It's 10 o'clock here. So how about we do a sprint for sort of half an hour, and that'll be our last one, and we'll get some more pages under our belts.
Yeah, that's what I think. Is like I'm not sure if I would love it about what you say, Evie. It's like from what I've seen, from what like you've said, what Kadya said. Like I probably appreciate at least the approach to doing things.
Yeah,
So
yeah. You're broad-minded enough, Raf, to at least honestly say yes. Writing is lovely, even if
I feel like
you know.
it may not come across as that, but I feel like when it comes to books, my mind is as broad as Nanny Ogg's when she goes traveling and
Yeah,
it comes out of your ears, her ears. That's like
yeah.
I'm
You have
willing
to
to
be
read anything.
exactly, and I always feel that you're very what's the word I want open in your discussion of things, where you'll go, I didn't like it, but this was the thing
Yeah,
that made it a good book. So yeah,
I mean that's part of my thing. Is like on the one hand, I want to argue with books. That's what I
yes.
appreciate. It's like,
That's why we watch you, Raf. We want to know.
I feel like at the end of the day, I'm a beaver and books are basically trees. I want to get my teeth into them. I want to wrestle them down. That's how I
Yeah.
approach books. And
It's kind of why I want you to read Hob. I want to be able to really get into them with you, because I think that you would have
as I said, like
deep insights.
I did really like the first. I did like Farsi. I did like Life Ship even more, much
Yeah,
more.
it's because they're amazing.
Yeah, but that was like all the way back in 2000, like you know,
It will be a while back. Yeah, because Farsi
and
was 96.
the like what's the next? 20 Man wasn't fully released at the time, and I'm like,
No.
I'll wait. And then I just like lost sight of it. And was like, I get distracted by all kinds of other stuff, and that's why I never
New books.
continued.
Yeah, shiny things. We'll get there. We will get
Well,
there.
some of those shiny things were like finally Malazan coming out as audiobooks, and that
Oh,
that
of
certainly
course.
didn't help.
Yeah.
And all kinds of other stuff. But like, yeah, that's why I stopped with like, well, after Life Shift. It wasn't because of like a lack of interest. It was literally because I just
Well, you ran out of
ran out of
books.
books.
Yeah.
Because I'm old. And
It's
I
okay.
remember when there wasn't that many books.
Oh, tell me about it. But yeah, I'm so
When we had
excited,
like
Evie. Ah! Sorry, I had to be excited because yeah, Run with the Elderlings tattoos. Yay! That's so exciting. Right, I'm going to make us sprint because we should be sprinting. Okay, sprinting till past. We are gently returning to the real world. Our last sprint of the of your evening, of my morning. So, how did you go? I got another half an hour into A Feast for Crows, which is another reread for me. Emily's. Oh dear, standardized testing around revision. Fun times that Emily is giving tomorrow. Claudia's finished Memories of Ice, the chapter she was working on. Good night and sweet dreams. Wow, you need it to make matters more fun. I'm on the second floor. Oh no, and my aircon doesn't work. And it will be in the 80s tomorrow. Oh no. Okay, that's going to be unpleasant. Yeah, good luck with that. Lots of water. That's all I can offer you there. That's going to suck, frankly. It's going to suck. Oh. And how did you get on, Raf?
I did look at like different other books on Arthur.
Mm-hmm.
One on like the like Grail legend in contemporary literature, and one on the idea of courtly literature through the ages and how they change, how the ideas changed over time, which is all like background reading for that way too long Arthur video that I'm working on.
Yeah. That next Sunday school lesson.
Do that. It's more like a school trip. It's going to be like more like a school trip. It's called like it's an Arthurian excursion. It's going to be like,
I see.
We'll go
on a journey
all the way back to like the beginnings, and then we'll go through all of it the weird ways.
So it's going to be Raf's magical school bus tour into Arthur legend. That'll be good fun.
Unfortunately, I don't have the school bus, but we'll see what I can.
Maybe we should make it a TARDIS excursion. We can just jump in with Raf, go for an adventure into the wibbly wobbly, timey wimey things. So, because I, of course, am assuming that you are also a Doctor Who fan.
I wouldn't call myself a fan, but I'm certainly a Doctor Who aware person.
Oh, well, that's something. That's right then. It is difficult to be a fan because it's a bit like anything else that's gone for so long. It has its moments of brilliance, and then it kind of has moments of, well, I'm watching, hoping it picks up, and plus the nostalgia factor, because obviously I watched it back in its original form with, just trying to think, my first Doctor was John Pertwee, but not for long. My most vibrant memories are of Tom Baker. So,
I don't think I'm a fan, like an actual fan of very many things. So, there's a lot of things I enjoy. So I'm certainly Doctor Who aware. I'm just not,
Yeah,
we'll see. It'll be a trip. It'll be interesting. I've done my research.
You clearly are more doing your research. We could feel like uneducated plebs as you broaden our horizons.
No, but that's not the goal. The goal is to make it as interesting, as fun as possible, and give as many connections to other stuff on the way. It's like, you know what? There's interesting elements where, like, Thomas Mallory is connecting like ideas of inheritance and adultery and so forth, which are things that he connects to his time, which is the 15th century, which turns out to be the War of the Roses. And a certain author from like New Mexico took that as an inspiration for like his fantasy series. And suddenly you can make all these weird connections and stuff.
You can. It's wonderful. And I actually am going to second Rush's question here. Will Bernard Cornwell's trilogy be included in your research, Raf? Because I've only read the first one of these, but I really enjoyed it.
So it'll be included to 2/3 because it'll be included completely. Point is, I just spent 2 Audible credits on the first books today.
Yes.
And I think I have like a discount coupon of like €8. So the rest of the third book will cost me like €1.99
Nice.
or something. So but the point is, my goal is, so what'll happen will be, I'll talk about like Arthurian themes,
Mhm.
then I'll talk about the tradition, the Arthurian tradition of like how those different time texts connect to each other all the way to the 19th century,
Wow. Okay.
probably ending with Tennyson and Idylls. Did you say Idylls? I have no idea how to pronounce that shit.
I would say Idyll. Yeah.
Idylls of the King, though those the epic poems of Lord Tennyson, and as like sort of the end of the just like straight up tradition of Arthurian Arthurian tradition.
Yeah.
And then I'll look at individual texts beyond that and how they take different aspects from before and turn them use them. And that will be Mark Twain's Connecticut Yankee
Of
in
course,
Arthur's
yes.
Court. It'll be T.H. White's Once and Future King. It'll be Marion Zimmer Bradley's The Mists of Avalon. It will be Bernard Cornwell's Warlord trilogy. It will be Nicola Griffith's Spear, which is another Parzival
Yes, I think
Peredur
yes, no,
retelling. And I'll end it with La Vie Tidors by Force Alone, because that's like the let's just tear it all down and trample on it. And
so that's the one you've enjoyed the most.
It is an absolutely brilliant take on it, because it does actually reference so much of the historical material, and then just like goes haywire with it. But it's but I wanted to have different aspects, different texts that do exemplify different approaches. So you have like T.H. White with his, which is like a very sort of like a pacifist, educational approach to Arthur. When you have like the whole, like the first one is Sword in the Stone, which is all about like different approaches to teaching in general and how to teach Ward, who will then become Arthur, and how to do that. And then it's written during like between the late 30s and mid 50s. So the whole like Second World War has a huge influence on that. On the other hand, you have like Mark Twain, which is all the way back in the 1880s, 1890s. So it's very much like influenced by the absolute horrors of like 19th century capitalism, industrial revolution, and so forth, which you can tell because it's brutal as fuck in that regard.
Yes, it is.
On the other hand, you have like Mists of Avalon, which is influenced by second wave feminism and its weird connection with neo-paganism through the whole like Mary Margaret, whatever her first name is, Mary's modern witchcraft kind of thing, through Wicca, which with people like both Marion Zimmer Bradley and her sister-in-law Deanna Paxson, who did take over the series later on. Both were like members of like a Californian Wicca coven, which is connected, and the appropriation of Wicca, of second wave feminism, especially in California, has all kinds of political implications, because like that part of second wave feminism is very much like a white middle class feminism, which just push people aside from all kinds of other walks of life, and that kind of connects with misreadings of history that have been debunked by both anthropologists and historians by then, but it does fulfill that very specific second wave feminism kind of narrative, and that kind of feeds into Mists of Avalon. And
I was thinking of doing a reread of Mists of Avalon not long ago, and then it had not long before just come out with some rather horrific allegations against Bradley. I don't know if I want to reread that now.
So
I'm
here's
always
the things
sad.
like they're Marion Zimmer Bradley's publisher did the best thing they could do in the situation, which is to say like once the allegations came out, they're like, yes, we accept all of that. So from now on, all the proceedings from selling these books
Yeah,
will go to charities that help
that support those
survivors
victims.
of So they're doing the right thing.
Oh, absolutely. And
Which,
it's really the ideal response from a
yeah.
publisher to be able to say that.
Yeah, but it's an important document in that regard. So
Yes.
I'll go through that. I'll look at, as I said, I'll look at Bernard Cornwell for like a more like historical approach to Arthur, like a
Yes.
historical approach to Arthur from like the 20th century.
Yep.
I'll look to Spear for like a queer approach, and I'll take the Labutida one for like the full-on deconstruction, like post-colonialist, all over the place deconstruction, to just look at like how that myth has changed over time and which parts can be used for whatever. And that's sort of the goal, but it's it's rather ambitious.
But it's fascinating. I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, I'm a high school dropout, Raph. So I'm very curious about things that I'm never quite sure how to go about finding out. And things like the Arthurian myth, they fascinate me because they've endured. And they've endured in so many different ways over the centuries. And I just always sort of think, what made that particular tale the one that stuck? Because it won't have been the only one. And, there will have been similar things, and there will have been, I don't know, contemporary stories that for some reason weren't adopted into other cultures and weren't brought into, the next era of writing. And I always am just profoundly fascinated by the fact that sometimes there's a story that we just kind of latch onto and go, yes, we like that one. That one works.
The interesting part about why the Arthurian legend is so interesting to look at all of that is that we do have, like, compared to other myths and legends, we have a very complete documentation of all the different stages, like all the way back from so we can actually study how a kernel of story evolves over time in a way that we can't with other key stories. So that makes it fascinating, and you can see how Arthur does do all these different things, the whole like round table Arthurian. The Arthurian
in that story.
It does fulfill all these things. So
I just find it fascinating. Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you're well aware, there are stories that the kernels go so far deep into the time that before, ago, that we don't have history of when they sort of were born. And I'm just fascinated by our fascination as a species with these stories that we've sort of carried with us as we've evolved. And we've gone, no, we like this story. We're going to continue telling this story in whatever form. And I just love that has happened. And as you say, being able to see that journey with the Arthurian legends, that boggles my mind and fascinates me and just, I don't know, it makes me happy. And I can't really explain why, but it does. It brings me joy.
For me, like right now, the challenge is because I've studied medieval history before and shit like that. For me right now, the challenge, and it's super fascinating challenge, because I never learned how to be a teacher, right? I never took didactics classes or anything. It's like, I'm like, how can I turn this into like an actually interesting story? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Something that makes sense, where I'm actually, providing new information and making it interesting. And how can I do that? It's a bit like building a puzzle, which is very different from solving a puzzle. I'm like, how can I make this work?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're taking the time and certainly putting in so much effort for it, because I appreciate it a very great deal. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. But yeah, it makes
Trust me,
my enjoyment of Arthur that much easier. So thank you.
I've certainly put in like several thousand pages of reading for this.
Yes, you're well informed, Raph. You are now my go-to person for Arthurian legend. So
No, I wouldn't always say that, but I'll try to make it actually, go somewhere and explain something. And definitely one of the lenses that I want to look at is one of the huge changes between, like, say, early 19th century and now, like everything that came before, is the way we approach legends and myths. It has changed from like a collective approach to a individual approach. Like the whole thing of like capitalism in the way that we deal with it nowadays is an individualist approach. And a lot of Arthurian stories, whether it's the romances or the Celtic legends or the a chronicle tradition or whatever, is very much concerned with like how to how to deal with the conflicts between like individual ideas and collective expectations and stuff like that. And contemporary and modern Arthurian approaches or fictional approaches in general are about the individual, because that's the idea of how how our current worldview works. Is like it's about the individual. And you look at like the love triangle between Arthur and Guinevere and Lancelot, and there's a lot of things that hang on that in medieval retellings, because but when you look at it in like modern retellings, movies or whatever, it's all about like the tragic love between like three people that can't decide. It's like that's not what this was all about. It's very much about like the responsibilities of royalty to keep like stability of the line of the royal line and the state going. On the other hand, to keep like the loyalty of like the retainers going. There's a lot of collective like responsibilities hanging on that.
That's right. And it wasn't the tragic love story at risk. It was the stability of a kingdom. And
like both of these are there all at the same time, but because our focus in like the 21st century and 20th century is so much on like the realization of the individual. The other dimension kind of falls off, like, which does maybe take away part of the drama or the tragedy, because
I think so.
All of these people are aware of it. There's a lot. Like you read older legends, like Arthur is aware of like of Lancelot getting it on with Guinevere. He's aware of that, but he doesn't say anything, because it means that Lancelot and all of his gang are going to be on Arthur's side as long as this is kept secret and shit like that.
And if he says anything, suddenly then there's this breach.
And you go to the contemporary like retellings, and suddenly it's all about just like these three individuals. Like now, Arthur, Lancelot, and Guinevere are unfortunately not just individuals. They're very much people with all these like roles and stuff behind it.
That's right. There are retainers and family and all of these things that factor in and had a part in the stability of that situation. And
it's super fascinating to look at how these things change over time and what makes these things change. And that's sort of what I want to. The goal for the whole like video thing is to look at like how the story changes over time, and how that makes it still relevant, because it is one that is flexible enough to actually be used for all of these different things. But how we also should be aware of like that it is a story that has all these other dimensions, and people that change it and adapt it to their will do impress their own like ideologies on it when they're doing that. It's like Arthur's story is a lot of things. It's not just the tragic love or whatever you want to look at it. There's
Mhm.
all these other things behind it. And someone made that choice, and they made that choice deliberately. And
Yes, they did.
they made that choice deliberately all over the last 1,000 years.
Just and this is why I'm so fascinated with it. It's like this particular story kernel, as you say, has been dragged by us into today, and along the way it's been used in so many varied and sometimes to cross purposes ways, and yet it's still a familiar story. Like, we still know that that's based on an Arthurian legend.
Yeah.
There's not a belief that that is the new Arthurian legend. It's like, well, that's one version, but it's not the story.
Yeah.
And I love it anyway.
Mm.
So I appreciate you reading all of those millions of pages.
I'm reading way too much of it.
But with
And
that, Raph,
I'm trying to turn it into like one coherent argument over, like, I don't know.
yeah,
90
good
minutes or
luck with
whatever.
that. that might take some thinking. Anyway,
But see,
I'm gonna
that's one of
sign off.
the interesting
Raph.
things that I've learned as, like, every time when I was making more like weirdo videos.
Yeah.
Especially when I did a hugely long one about anti-Semitism in fantasy and stuff like that, right? Is when you make videos,
Mhm.
you become a storyteller yourself, right? You have a lot of power because everything I leave out.
Yeah.
I can shape that narrative, and that's a lot of responsibility. That's super
is.
hard to get across. It's like, and that's
It is,
kind of
and I
hard because,
admire
like,
the
if I just
ability.
talk about my TBR, that's still sort of, I'm still shaping a narrative. But once I take on, like, I don't know, 1,000 years of literature, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna show one part, and there's gonna be, like, I don't know, 200-300
Oh
people
yes,
watching that.
it's definitely going to be Arthur through the Raph lens, and that's just how it's going to be.
Yeah.
So anyway, I am going to sign off because I've been
Yeah.
going for a long time now, and I'm knackered, and I need my lunch and maybe a nap.
You said
Because
knackered.
I'm
That's like the most Terry Pratchett verb ever.
Oh, knackered. Yeah, it's an old.
It's
It's
like
it's a familiar one for me. I'm knackered.
Yeah, but it's like, it's one that outside of Terry Pratchett, very few authors nowadays would ever use.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
But it's still very much part of my vocabulary. So,
Knackered.
but thank you for getting it and where you are most familiar with it. But I'm signing off, Raph. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me. And I will
Always.
catch you maybe next time, because I will be doing sprints again. Good for Euro times. What day are we? Whatever day it is, +2. And I may see you then. So goodbye for now, everybody.
And I won't be having to, put up laundry and stuff like that.
Yay! All right, I'm going to love you and leave you. So goodbye, everybody.
See you around.